Senator Barbara Boxer, and I want to welcome you to Capital Connection. My goal in doing this show is to bring Californians closer to the work that we do here in the nation's capital, and to give you a really close look at those whose work is making a difference. All too often, people see Washington through the lens of campaign commercials and 30-second sound bites. But I want to take you beyond all of that and show you the more personal side of Washington, the people who work here, and most important, what motivates them to work tirelessly many times on issues that they believe in deep in their heart. I first came to Washington in 1982, and in the course of serving the people of California in both the House and the Senate, I have certainly been fortunate to participate in some of the most important policy debates in our lifetime. Whether it was coming together to pass the Family Medical Leave Act, whether it was the fierce yet respectful debate over Supreme Court justices, or the current debate about the Iraq War or how to turn back global warming while strengthening our economy. On issue after issue, I have found that the driving force was not politics or polls or pundits, but really people. I never set out to be a politician. I wanted to serve because I was concerned about a raging war in Vietnam, and I was concerned about the environment, and I wanted to make sure that my kids grew up in a world that was at peace and a community that was safe and a community that was healthy with clean air to breathe and safe drinking water. Now I want the same for my grandchildren and yours. My experience has always made me intrigued about what motivates others, and that's part of what this show is about. Over the last 26 years, I've been fortunate to work with some truly remarkable individuals, people whose lives and experience have helped shape our policy landscape. I want to introduce you to those people so that you can find out who they are and what motivates them and what brings them that passion to work on these critical issues. Sometimes these interviews will be in my office, sometimes we'll be in a studio, sometimes we might even be on the streets and the avenues of the Capitol. But wherever we are, I'll always try to bring you a fresh look at people and issues that matter to California and to our great nation. So please join us and enjoy the show. Hi, I'm Senator Barbara Boxer, and welcome to Capital Connection. Our guest today, I'm very proud to say, is Richard Holbrooke, the U.S. Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan. He serves as our nation's top diplomat to one of the world's most troubled regions and an area that is critical to America's national security. His record in the Foreign Service is long, it's distinguished, and of his many roles, he has served as the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, U.S. Ambassador to Germany, and as Assistant Secretary of State to Europe. When he served in that role, he was a key figure in the 1995 Dayton Peace Agreement that ended the war in Bosnia. He has also been nominated several times for the Nobel Peace Prize. I am so delighted to have the opportunity to sit down with a great public servant, Richard Holbrooke. Richard, welcome. We are so happy to have you.
Senator Barbara, I'd love to be here with you.
Thank you. You know, I want to start it off sort of on a human level before we get into the issues of Afghanistan and Pakistan. Tell us a little bit about yourself. How did you get interested in foreign service?
I went to high school outside New York. I'm a New Yorker. And when I was at university, I went to Brown University, President Kennedy got inaugurated. And like you, like everyone of that generation, that famous phrase, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country, was our real mantra. I assume that's part of the reason you're in the Senate today.
No question.
That was people, I don't think younger people understand, because it's now a kind of a cliche on MTV, what it meant to us when somebody called us.
Well, I think, you know, that President Obama has done the same thing for this generation. But up to then, I don't think people had that connection. A little bit with Bill Clinton, for sure, but I think Barack Obama, because that whole generational issue hit.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, and I see it in the people I'm working with now. They've been inspired by Barack Obama. And hundreds of people are volunteering now to go to Afghanistan, whereas a year ago they couldn't fill their slots. So anyway, for us it was Kennedy. And so I joined the Foreign Service. I took the exam, I joined it, and they shipped me out to Vietnam right away. But before I went to Vietnam, they wanted me to get ready for it, so they shipped me out to the University of California in Berkeley, and I took courses out there in Vietnamese and rural education and stuff like that. Went to Vietnam for 3 years, was a career Foreign Service officer, and that's how it all got started. So I spent 3.5 years in Vietnam, ended up working at the Johnson White House when I was about 25, and then went to the Paris peace talks with the North Vietnamese, which were not successful. But you know, you learn more in a way from failures than successes, because successes seem predestined, but in a failure say what went wrong. So I learned a lot in that. And you mentioned the Dayton Peace Agreements.
Yes.
So that was 1968 in Paris. Fast forward to 1995, we're at the Wright-Patterson Air Base outside Dayton, Ohio, with all the thugs and war criminals of the Balkans trying to end the war in Bosnia. 300,000 people have died, 2 million homeless, and what I learned in those negotiations was very informative for the effort that did succeed at Dayton and ended the war. One of President Clinton's great achievements.
Absolutely, and
then you were, I remember briefing you about it at the time,
yes,
talking to you. You were a great supporter of the effort to stop that war and deal with the refugees.
well, the horrible things that happen on the ground there, and were so sickening. And we're seeing a lot of that.
Rape as a weapon of war.
Rape as a weapon of genocide, as a weapon of war. And I want you to know that because of a lot of your work in telling the truth about, as you said, these thugs and the things that they allowed to happen, inspired me, you know. I'm on the Foreign Relations Committee, and when I saw these things happening in Africa, and I read Nicholas Kristof's column about, again, rape being just a run-of-the-mill tool of the military and these extra military groups. I went to John Kerry, who's our chairman, terrific chairman, and I said, would you allow me to head a committee that really looks at the status of women around the world and what's happening here with these horrible genocides and rapes and mutilations? And he said yes. So for the first time, I didn't know whether you were aware of this because it's new, we do have a subcommittee that's looking at the status of women. And the one thing I learned, I'd ask you to comment on it, that these criminals that do these things have a reason for it, because they want to destroy the family. They want to humiliate. And if they harm a woman and harm the children in front of the father and the whole family sees it, it breaks down the family. And therefore, it makes their ethnic cleansing easier. Is that why you think it's done?
I think they're two different issues. What you're describing is exactly what happened in the Balkans and in some parts of Africa. In Afghanistan, it's different. They don't, the enemy, the Taliban, want to put women back into the 14th century.
That's a different issue.
That's a different issue.
It's horrible.
That's terrible, and that's the one you and I have spent so much time on. I remember you're holding up photographs in one of the hearings.
Yes.
I think it was Hillary's confirmation hearing,
yes,
if I'm not mistaken. On every trip I've made to Afghanistan, I've had a special meeting with the women members of the National Assembly to show support. In a few weeks, Hillary Clinton is sending her top advisor on women's affairs, Milan Vivir,
yes,
whom you know very well.
Yes, we confirmed her in our committee.
Milan, as ambassador at large, is going out. We're planning the trip. I'm sending some of my staff because we want to draw more attention to the issue. Hillary is not going to rest until our emphasis of this issue is at the highest level. I know how often you and she have talked about this, and it is one of our top priorities. I don't think in Afghanistan it's rape as a weapon of war the way it was in Bosnia. I think in Afghanistan it is the denial to women of every single right that they
yes,
legitimately should have. And the women who run for the National Assembly are the bravest women.
They are.
And very, this is a tremendously important issue. No country can ever achieve its potential when half its population is denied an opportunity.
So there seems to be unanimity on that, and I'm glad that you raised it, and I'm very proud of the work that our Secretary of State is doing, our President, yourself. I want to talk a little bit more about the Taliban and Afghanistan. The American people, to their credit, I think really understand that what happened after 9/11 is that we turned around from
We took our eye off the
Afghanistan.
ball.
We took our eye off the ball. We had the Taliban on the run. We had Osama bin Laden, could have cornered him and finished that off. Turned around and went into Iraq. The rest is history. I'm not going to go through it. I was against it from the day one. But for me, you know, to now cast a vote in the emergency supplemental bill, to bring home the troops from Iraq, start the combat troops coming home, but to give a chance more, to go back and try and keep our eye on that ball. And your going over there gave me much comfort, I have to say, because I know you speak the truth to us, you tell us the truth. And I want you to know an interesting thing. Years ago, before most people knew who the Taliban were, I certainly didn't. I got visited by a women's group. They're called the Fund for the Feminist Majority. And Ellie Smeal and other fantastic women were there, Peg Yorkin and others. And they had this very strange garment they brought called a burqa. And they said, at that time I was just a pretty new senator, they said, we want you to try this on. I said, why? It looks just scary to go underneath a mask. I said, we want you to know how it feels. Well, I thought, okay, these are my friends, you know, I put this thing on. From that day forward, I just said, unless a woman wants to wear this, I've got to help to make sure she's not forced to wear it. And you're right in the middle of this now. You put that burqa on, Richard, you disappear. And you become a non-entity. And it's very, very frightening. So after 9/11, when people start talking about the Taliban, I knew who the Taliban were. And I said, let's go after these people because they're so rigid. And do you think it will be possible to stop their movement in Afghanistan? I know it's a lot more than military in essence. So how would we go about turning those people who are drawn to the Taliban? Can we work with any of those folks? What's your take on Afghanistan?
Before I answer your big question, can I comment on the burqa issue?
Yes.
First of all, thank you for opposing Iraq. You were right. Secondly, thank you for supporting the emergency supplemental request on Afghanistan and Pakistan. That is absolutely critical to our vital national security interests. And the difference between Iraq and Afghanistan, or if you want, between Vietnam and Afghanistan, is Al-Qaeda, 9/11, and the nuclear weapons in Pakistan, and the fact that if Pakistan goes out of control, it will be of the most enormous consequences to our vital direct national security interests. The Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese and Saddam Hussein were bad people, but they didn't pose a direct threat to homeland. These people on the Afghan-Pakistan border do. But I really wanted to comment on your thing about the burqas. I've been fascinated by this issue ever since my first trip to Afghanistan, which was back in 1971 when I drove over the Hindu Kush. It was a peaceful, multi-ethnic place, and burqas were present in the rural areas, but in Kabul, women were not veiled. They were not covered. These women legislators I meet with, I always ask them about the burqas, because in the room they're vivacious, they're smart, smarter than the men usually, much more. You know, it takes tremendous bravery to run for the National Assembly. But they almost all most of them, not all of them, will put on a burqa when they go outside, and in the rural areas always. So I asked them about the burqas, and they said something very revealing. One of the women said to me, the burqa is my weapon. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, I have a 15-year-old daughter, she's very beautiful, and she has to wear a burqa because otherwise the men, the kids will abuse her. And I realized as I talked to the women that the women understand this issue. They wear the burqas not because they're forced to by their husbands solely, but because if they don't, the men are just so aggressively hostile. So what is the point here? The point is if we want to help women in Afghanistan, we need to educate men as to the rights of women.
Yeah, I mean, what you're
and
saying-
too many of our programs have focused only on the women,
I think
and not enough on telling men that all people, men and women, are created equal. And of course, this is a perversion of Islam in the view of most scholars. So we're on the same wave on this, but it's very...
No, but I think what you said is very revealing, because what you're basically telling me is in some areas, if they're forced to wear it because of the Taliban. Let's face it, if they don't, they could be killed by them. And we know that happens. But in the more, if we say liberal areas,
Even in liberal
they're
areas.
wearing it because they're forced to, because of the way they're treated by men in general,
Absolutely.
by some men, too many men. And that's a sad state. So let me just say this, because our time is running out. You are now in the hot seat. Well, you're used to that. You go to these hot
This
spots.
seat is the hottest.
Ooh, this is a hot seat, I know.
It's the
this
toughest
is
one,
probably
yeah.
the most relaxing time you've had in days, just sitting here talking to me.
Always.
But to take it away from your everyday work, how did it feel to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize so many times?
Sort of like Susan Lucci in the Emmys.
But isn't
There were
it
about
wonderful?
seven. There were 7 or 8 nominations. Well, yeah, it was a great honor, and I was very honored to be nominated. But I think those days are in the distant past now.
Well, I hope they're not, because if you can resolve this problem, you're really doing a lot for America. Well, I just want to say, go ahead.
No, I
have a
appreciate that, Barbara, especially coming from you. Right now, we just have an incredibly difficult mission, and we need the American public to understand. By the way, there are a lot of Afghan Americans in California. One
know.
of the most important communities in Sacramento. And
They're in Fremont?
Fremont, San Francisco,
Yeah.
Los Angeles area, of course, and we're working very closely with them. Also, we've got, for the refugee crisis in Pakistan, we have Pakistan American doctors, women, going to the refugee areas, and the first 4 were from the Sacramento area. So we're real proud of it.
It's so good. Well, we didn't have enough time to talk about all the issues surrounding Pakistan, Afghanistan, but I like to make this more of a personal interview, and
That's great.
you've shown a lot of heart in this interview, because that's what brought you into this. You went there for noble reasons, and I don't think you ever dreamed that you'd be in the position you're in today. It's so important that you said yes to this assignment. So on behalf of all my viewers from California, thank you, Richard Holbrooke, Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
begin our council meeting in just a moment. We're going to be going live on television, Channel 35. Good morning, Los Angeles. Welcome to City Hall, Los Angeles City Council chambers for February 12th, Friday, meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. We meet 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. All meetings are open to the public. For those of you who cannot be here in City Council, we do televise throughout Los Angeles. Also, we have remote in Van Nuys City Hall and San Pedro City Hall. We're also viewed on Channel 35. Also, our website, lacity.org, or council phone 213-621-CITY, C-I-T-Y, on the phone. We have 8 presentations and a packed agenda, and we will now please call the roll. Madam Clerk.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First item of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Parks, second by Mr. Reyes.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Council Member Krikorian, seconded by Council Member Weezer.
Would you like to run through the agenda?
Please.
Item 1 is the building and safety lien notice for public hearing.
Special on number 1.
There is a card on that item also.
All right. So we will hear from that person at the appropriate time. Continue, please.
Item 2 is a mitigated negative declaration and appeal notice for public hearing. A motion is required to either grant or deny the appeal, and council should instruct the planning department to prepare the necessary findings. And there is a card on that item as well.
We will call that special. Next item, please.
Items 3 through 44, items for which public hearings have been held, and there has been a request to continue item 3 to next Friday, which would be February 19th.
Without objection, item number 3 be continued. Any specials, colleagues? Mr. Parks.
We'd like to call special 14 and 15, and also 16 and 17.
13 and what other numbers?
14, 15, 16, and 17.
13, 14.
No, 14.
Pardon me?
14, 15, 16, and 17.
Okay. Very well. No. Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. what?
Item 33.
33 for Mr. Rosendahl, 33. President? Hold on. Anything else, Mr. Rosendahl? Okay, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon?
19 and 26.
19 and 26 for Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Weezer?
Mr. Zine, 13 forthwith, please.
13 forthwith. Well, we have a special on that.
We have a special? Okay, thank you.
Oh, we don't have a special on that. Okay. Forthwith on number 13. We will take that vote up in a moment. Mr. Krikorian?
38, Mr. President.
38 for Mr. Krikorian. And for Mr. Zine, 34. 34. Mr. Rosendahl, 42. Mr. Parks, you're looking through some more specials?
No, I'm set on these.
That's all you need, okay. Anyone else on specials on those items? See none, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
And we have for Mr. Weezer forthwith on 13, and 12 is forthwith. All right, continue, please.
Items 45 through 70 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
45 through 70, 48 special.
48.
Anyone else on specials? Mr. Parks?
On 69 after the approval.
Okay, we'll do 69 forthwith for Mr. Parks. 65 for Mr. Alarcon. 65? Mr. Alarcon, 65? from the shadows. Okay, Ms. Hahn, 66? Amendment on 66, so 66 special. Mr. Labange? Just waving hello. Good morning. Mr. Smith?
61 for technical amendment.
61 special, technical amendment. Any others, colleagues? Madam Clerk, the items that have cards, we will call those all special. Which items have cards?
The items that have cards are 45,
Special,
57,
special,
58,
special,
62,
special,
and 64.
special. We'll call all those special. Ms. Hahn, did you have another one? Ms. Hahn, did you have another special? Okay, thank you.
And there's also...
Hold on, Mr. Smith?
51.
51 for Mr. Smith, special 51.
50.
Madam Clerk, was there something else?
Yes, there's been a request to continue item 67 to 1 week, and that would be Friday, February 19th.
Without objection, continue 6-7. Well, colleagues, without any other specials, we're going to take those up for hearing from the Mr. Alacon's office. Hold on a second. We have 65. Okay, we have 65. Okay, without no further, all right, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well. Next items, please.
Items 71 through 74 are closed session items. On item 72, the city attorney is recommending that the item be received and filed.
Mr. Parks?
On the closed session items, these three of them are routine workers' comp, which we can handle in open session, and one is a business tax settlement where the city is going to receive funds, so we can handle all of the closed session items in open session.
Okay. Then we'll vote on the remaining items. Madam Clerk?
We do have a card on item 71, and on item 71, there is a recommendation for settlement.
Okay.
Excuse me. Actually, let's move to 73. There is a recommendation for a stipulated award totaling $116,521, less credit for permanent disability advances, and a life pension of $31.15 per week upon exhaustion of the 70% disability award in the case of Danny Kaplan Crash versus City.
Okay. And 74?
Do you wish to take a vote on that item?
Okay, we'll take a vote on that. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Now 74?
73.
73, I'm sorry.
On item 74, there is a recommendation for stipulated award for an amount of $180,220.14 with an estimated life pension of $73,098.12 payable at a weekly rate of $97.22 in the case of John Baranowski versus City.
Very well. On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well.
Do you wish to adjourn the special and go back, or actually, do you wish to recess the special and recess the regular meeting and take up the special meeting?
Mr. Parks?
Yes, I'd like to, before we, let's see, Mr. Cardenas asked that we reconsider 63 as an amending motion.
63.
On number 63,
Yes.
we already approved that, I believe. So open the roll to reconsider on 6-3. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right, that matter reconsidered. And call that special for Mr. Cardenas on 6-3. Hold on a second. 39 forthwith. Request from the police department, 39 forthwith. Madam Clerk, next item.
Do you wish to call the roll for the
Yes,
special?
please.
Alacon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikourian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Very well. Next item on that, please.
Items 75 through 77 are items for which public hearing has been held.
Mr. Parks? 7-6 special for Mr. Parks. On the other two, open the roll, Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Labange, that completes the rundown through the agenda.
No,
Mr. City Attorney.
excuse me, we're still in the special meeting. We have to conclude the agenda on the special meeting.
So let's close that out, Madam Clerk.
So Mr. Parks called an item special, so that should be discussed right now.
So, Mr. Parks, we'll take your item special now, since we're in that special meeting, and we can close it.
That's on 76.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we have city attorney staff come up? Colleagues, this is a ongoing process in which we are bringing before the council additional approval for the JOB for litigation in which the city's budgetary situation has caused us to go out and bond. And I just want to make sure that as this reaches a conclusion, that everyone that may have a concern will have their questions asked, and we'd ask the city attorney here so that they, as they move this through the system, that everyone is fully aware of the expectations and also the timeline that this JOB is going to be dealing with. So do we have city attorney?
Do we have city attorney representatives here on that matter? Yeah, I think she's coming up. No, maybe that's not her. Mr. Do we have? Are they here?
She's not here.
They're not here.
I don't think she expected this item to be called this quickly, and council cannot leave the special meeting.
So we'll have to conclude the special meeting, then open this up when they
come back.
get here, Mr. Parks. So, Madam Clerk, let's close the special
No.
meeting. No? Do we have to wait?
Correct.
Is she on the way?
I can't get a hold of her right now.
Well, Mr. City Attorney, we can't wait indefinitely. Mr. Smith?
Can we recess this?
No.
No? Okay. Can they hold this item and take
We have to hold
presentations out of order?
No.
Why not?
Pursuant to a recent court ruling, the council has to conclude the items on the special meeting agenda before going back into the regular meeting agenda.
But we can't take presentations anywhere, only in the regular agenda?
Correct.
So on the advice of the City Attorney, we are on hold for the Deputy City Attorney to arrive on 76.
Can we start the
So we're on a hold pattern.
presentations?
Pardon me, Mr. Parks?
We can't do presentations in the interim?
On the advice of the City Attorney, we can't do presentations.
Okay.
We can't do anything until the City Attorney gets here.
Very good.
We're not going to recess the meeting. According to the City Attorney, we cannot recess the meeting. We're in a hold pattern, so we will hold until we can get the City Attorney here.
Eliminate his position.
We could eliminate his position. Can we have a second from the mayor?
Follow that guy.
If I could get a special E-rep.
We have a number of police officers here. I'm sure they'd be happy to take him into custody so we can continue the meeting, because they have other activities they want to pursue. So we're going to be on hold for a bit until we get the city attorney here on that special matter. Trying to find another course of action if we can continue. Well, the city attorneys advise us that we cannot proceed until we have this particular matter resolved. So we're attempting to locate the deputy city attorney responsible for this matter. We're also considering another option that would be in the legal form. According to the city attorney, we cannot lay it on the desk. We have to complete the item at this time. City attorney's already spoken up on that.
Do you want me to repeat what I said before? City Council cannot leave the special meeting once it entered it. So council has to conclude the whole special meeting agenda before it goes back into the regular meeting agenda.
And we're waiting for somebody, Mr. City Attorney? Mr. City Attorney.
Mr. City Attorney's on the phone. He's trying to get a hold of the City Attorney on this particular matter that is on the special calendar.
We're on the tarmac, but the tower won't give us clearance.
You're correct. City Attorney has given us the legal advice, and that's what he's paid for, and there was a decision recently, and he's following the rule of the court, so that's what we're doing. It's not an issue that we can actually debate. Mr. Reyes? Words of wisdom from Mr. Ed Reyes.
Can we vote to suspend the rules and, in that sense, contradict the city attorney so we can move the presentations?
It's not a matter of suspending the rules, it's a matter of suspending the Brown Act, and you can't do that.
Suspending the Brown Act?
We have to stay in the special meeting agenda.
City Attorney, could I speak to the issue of our Sister City program and the importance of today's activity? Can't speak on any issue.
It's not on the special meeting agenda.
What could I speak on if I wanted to speak?
I would save your words for now.
Say it again?
Save your words for now and save them for later.
All right. The first time I've ever known this to happen.
Mr. Parks.
76 on consent?
76 on consent?
Yes.
So we don't have to have the hearing? All right, well, that resolves that matter. So on number 76, open the roll and close the roll, tabulate the vote.
Ayes.
Very well. Mr. City Attorney, we now have that matter resolved?
Yes, we do.
We can now come out of the special.
Yes, we can.
So, Madam Clerk, let's recess the special.
Adjourn.
Adjourn the special.
Yes,
go
and
back.
that takes council back to items called special or public comment or presentations.
Well, let's do presentations, but first we'll hear from Mr. Labange.
Mr. President, I'm going to go second. I'm going to allow Ms. Hahn, who's going to honor some great police officers, to go first.
Ms. Hahn, Harbor Area Attack Alert. Ms. Hahn and the fine Los Angeles police officer assigned to Harbor Area. Ms. Hahn surrounded by the blue suits. Is anyone patrolling Harbor Area?
No.
A 211 in progress and no one to respond.
That's exactly what I asked when I came in this morning. Who's down in the harbor area? But thanks to our new chief of police, Charlie Black, and his new deployment, we actually have more officers than we've ever had before down in the harbor area. So we actually have some officers down there that are watching things. Colleagues, I wanted to bring in these officers today to honor them in a special way. We know our police officers are always there day in and day out, but what they did on this particular day is probably not something we usually associate with our rank and file officers on the streets of Los Angeles. I'm honoring 20 police officers, and they were responsible for rescuing numerous residents from their homes, their cars, their businesses during that terrible flood a couple weeks ago that occurred all over the city. But in San Pedro, we had one of those 100-year floods. The rains came at an unprecedented amount in a short period of time, and the flood waters began to rise in a certain section of San Pedro, overpowering our storm drains, overpowering the sidewalks, and literally flooding people's homes. During the flooding, many of the local residents around 4th and Grand in San Pedro became trapped in their cars, their homes, their businesses, with water sometimes reaching all the way up to the car windows. A current was created by the massive movement of water and began literally lifting cars and floating them down the street, creating even more hazard, as well as the floating debris that was not being contained. Our LAPD officers responded and observed the water rising to 3 to 6 feet deep. The water was moving fast. There were many children, elderly people who were calling for help. The 20 officers here with us today immediately stepped into the rescue effort and assisted numerous residents who were trapped inside their homes. They immersed themselves sometimes in neck-high water in order to reach these residents. They formed a plan to begin performing emergency evacuations. There were so many stories, but some of those that I think are worth retelling today. One officer carried a 4-month-old infant in his arms while also carrying the baby's grandmother on his back and escorted them through the water. All of the officers here today joined the rescue effort without regard to their own well-being, carrying frightened residents to safety. A wheelchair-bound senior, a 1-year-old baby, a woman with a broken ankle, and at least one man who could not swim were among those rescued by these brave men and women. A store owner was also rescued after being trapped in his store by debris. Here's what a few of the flood victims had to say about their rescuers. The police saved me by getting me out of the house. The water was rising quickly. I couldn't get out, and I thought I would drown. Thank you. Another person said, the officers were helping people get to safety, find shelter at a motel, and not allow other people to get into the area and also become trapped. Yet another said, my mother is 84 years old and in a wheelchair, and the officers carried her and my grandchild to safety. If the officers did not get her in time, the baby and the grandmother would have drowned. I thank the LAPD. I want to present to you these heroes in blue who are here today I'm going to give them all special commendations, but I thought it was worth bringing them in. You know, we usually think of our firefighters as the rescuers, and that usually doesn't, we don't usually talk in those terms about our LAPD officers. And this incident, I think for a lot of people, I mean, we don't live in an area that ever gets flooded like that. I mean, people in the rest of the country probably have those instances all the time. To think that there was actually a person who could not swim and probably woke up that day never thinking that they would have to know how to swim in Los Angeles, and yet that storm, that flood, came so quickly and unannounced and so devastating that they were all in absolute danger of really drowning. So I really want to thank our LAPD officers. We know you do a great job all the time. We know that you put your life on the line, but I think it's stories like this that make us realize that no matter what the emergency is, no matter what the call is, you are ready to put your own lives, the well-being of your own lives on hold for other people. So thank you very, very, very much. And I'm going to read the names. Lieutenant David McGill, Sergeant Jeff Hamilton, Sergeant Julie McInnes, Sergeant Mark Caswell, Sergeant Alfonso Mendoza, Police Officer Andre Wilkins, Police Officer Kevin Gruner, Police Officer Giovanni Bocanfuso, Police Officer Daniel Schrei, Police Officer Roger Perez, Police Officer Perry Alvarez, Police Officer Troy Cushman, Police Officer Evening White, Police Officer Juan Terrazas, Police Officer Umberto Pitonis, Police Officer Joseph Selner, Police Officer Ivan Carrillo Morel, Police Officer Robert Garmong, Police Officer Paul Ramlow. Thank you all. Let's give them a standing ovation. Okay, I'm going to have Captain Rick Wall come up and just say a few words.
Captain Rick Wall.
How are you, sir? You know, we're in one of those very few careers where you want, and something I've always said is where you have the opportunity to every day go to work and save a life. And the men and women in Harbor Division truly stepped up on January 19th and did just that. Their actions were truly heroic, at great risk to themselves, and we thank you and the citizens of Los Angeles for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Los Angeles. We take a lot of pride in that, and especially those within the Harbor community. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
That's great. Thank you.
Mr. Lamanche?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hahn, for bringing these great harbor area officers in. A moment happens and you react. That's the amazing thing about Los Angeles police officers and firefighters. And as you said, the 100-year event that hit San Pedro, in my 35 years of city service, I never saw that much water known of it to go away, but it happened. Bless you. And I want to make sure he gets on TV, the young man. Get next to your daddy. Go see your daddy right there. Get out there. Hold him up so we're going to see this good young man. Give that young man a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go in the back now and take pictures.
Thank you, and congratulations to the fine members of the Los Angeles Police Department. You do a great job. One more time, let's hear it for the LAPD, the Harbor folks. Very well. Our next presentation will be Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl. Don't get in their way, Mr. Rosendahl.
Quick. Come on, all close, right into the photo op.
Mr. Rosendahl, take it away.
Thank you very much. Today's a very unique and special moment if you have any interest whatsoever in understanding the AIDS epidemic and how it continues to go and what it's all about. What is happening today is an HIV/AIDS advocacy summit happening right now. This city of Los Angeles is so diverse in its culture and character and is continuing to grow together to create a closer community. Today, as the internet becomes increasingly accessible and user-friendly, not only Los Angelinos stay connected to each other, but are able to create a global community. With Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, and other networking sources, we can learn about each other, we can help each other, and provide tremendous support to one another. For people living with HIV and AIDS, the internet is a way to build a community of hope and education. With a click of a button, we're able to communicate with people from all parts of the world, empowering each individual. I am hopeful about the future as we are able to build awareness about HIV and AIDS at our fingertips. With the use of the internet and networking sites, the large population of Los Angeles and the growing population of our Earth can ably stay connected and learn to live together. Today I am co-hosting an HIV/AIDS Advocacy Summit and New Media Training Conference with the city's AIDS Coordinating Office and a coalition of Los Angeles grassroots advocacy organizations led by activist Richard Kearns. You all know Richard Kearns. You see him here a lot, and he keeps us always aware of AIDS and what's been happening with it. The conference is being held on the 27th floor, right upstairs there in the Tom Bradley Tower. As Mr. Labange wants to mention the Tom Bradley Tower, it is Tom Bradley Tower all day long. The program will offer instructions on building a website from scratch, practicing posting videos and text, meeting with city council members and their staff, empowering adult activists and their allies with new media and networking skills. And I want to say that staff of all of the electeds here in the room, please go upstairs and find a user-friendly aspect of the technology that we're in today. And colleagues of mine, if you have a minute or two, when we finish this presentation, they'll be in the back room if you want to ask any specific questions. But the goal is to make us a lot more able to use the new technology to work with the issue of AIDS. I'm going to ask Richard Kearns to come up and say a few words, and it'll be just for a minute, but we're going to give him a certificate. And it says this, it's signed by all of us, including the mayor and the city attorney and the controller. And it says, the city of Los Angeles thanks you for your unyielding commitment to addressing the issues affecting people living with HIV and AIDS. Your efforts toward the noble causes of ending misinformation about HIV and AIDS and empowering those living with HIV and AIDS serves as an exemplary model for all to emulate. Your selfless devotion and steadfast dedication have impacted countless lives throughout the community. And as Janice Hahn wants her eggs every week, she's not going to get them today. The half a dozen that come from my hands, which I urge people, if they have a little bit of a backyard and can do it, have fresh eggs, feed them greens, and they're wonderful. You get the half a dozen eggs today, and that's from my heart to you for all you've done for all of us. Thank you.
City Council, Bill, thank you so much. Thanks for declaring this Elder HIV Advocacy Appreciation Day. Thank you for letting us hold our Advocacy Summit upstairs. I'm tremendously excited about it. Our mission is twofold, not only to empower ourselves to tackle the internet as elder HIVers, but also to put together a document. By the end of today, you're going to be able to go to our new website and I hope sign on and see what happened there. I brought a poem. I will read that, and thank you very much. Each of us has power to change the world. It is something we know to be true inside. Ask your in silence knower. Something hoped. But how do we connect to it? What is the difference between expectation and change? We must march. We must advance together. I must step forward first now, then next. After that, we find we never march alone. We help each other. We soon become the strong shoulders on which the newer will gain their feet. We are one road ourselves, bound together a macadam, a long way from here. To be an activist is to wake and dream when you walk through, to see the light of your own actions, give meaning to dark worldnesses around you, to cast a new picture, a new image, an unsuspected truth, to hear the light from other lips. We are candles, we are stars, we are shining rain and rainbows. Where once cement was the only unwashed color, brighten ye the world with every step. Begin with these, my 1,000 heart-beated house now, and your every next step will not be as difficult as joyful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Please go upstairs in the tower, learn about how you can use the new technology. It can make a huge difference with the AIDS epidemic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Our next presentation, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Tom LaBonge.
We're going to go into the media room, okay? You want to take that with you? Come on, dear. Yeah. Just so you don't forget. Take a photo in the media room. Thank you. Great.
Another hand for Mr. Rosendahl on his passionate voice for all. Come on up here. Now, Mr. President, members, I have Olga Garay right here, our General Manager of our Cultural Affairs Department. Also, Ron Hartwig, the President of Communications for the J. Paul Getty Trust, as well as Mike McDowell, Senior Director of Cultural Affairs, Cultural Tourism at LA Inc., our Visitors and Convention Bureaus. This is to salute them for the past month of January, which was Art Month in Los Angeles. Please, Olga Garay.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, and thank you, Tom, for letting us address you as a body. LA Arts Month wouldn't have been possible without the leadership of the council, which declared January of every year LA Arts Month. In addition to the council, I want to thank Mayor Antonio Vieira Igosa and two of our Cultural Affairs Committee's commissioners, Gail Roski and York Chang. After me, Ron Hartwig, who's the Vice President of Communications for the J. Paul Getty Trust, as well as Mike McDowell, Senior Director of Cultural Tourism for LA Inc., will speak briefly. I just wanted to say a special thank you to the Getty Trust, which just recently gave the Department of Cultural Affairs $186,000 so that we could be a grant for that amount so that we could celebrate the role that the Municipal Arts Gallery of Barnstable Park and the Watts Towers Arts Centers have played in the creation and nurturing of visual artists in this community from the 60s on forward. I want to say that LA Arts Month is a brainchild of a whole host of public and private institutions, and including people like the Getty and LA Inc., but also LACMA and MoCA and the Music Center and smaller organizations like Tia Chuchas, etc. This year we had the pleasure of announcing LA Arts Month at Red Cap, which is the Cal Arts Theater based at Disney Hall. And we were joined on stage by the mayor and by Councilmember Labange to present the arts events that are going to be gracing our exhibition spaces and performing arts spaces over the next 12-month period. The goal of the Arts Month activities are to promote excitement and participation in our own citizens to go and to spend time in our museums and in our theaters and to bring their friends and families. So it's about getting Angelenos to buy into the arts of this community. We also work with media partners such as the Los Angeles Times, Clear Channel Radio, Angeleno Magazine, and Art Limited to reach visitors and residents alike. Celebrating Arts Month in LA is really one way to keep promoting the fact that we're the creative capital of the 21st century. At this year's LA Arts Month, Ford Bell, who's the president of the American Association of Museums, announced that they would host their annual conference here in May, which is attended by about 6,000 members of the professional museum community from this country and abroad, and which will have an economic impact of about $11.5 million. Similarly, the LA will be the host of the National Convention for Opera America in June, which is being hosted right after this Ring Cycle, the Ring Cycle Festival, and Barry Sanders was at LA Arts Month to announce that as well. And that particular Opera America conference will bring about 9,000 people to our community, and the Ring Cycle Festival will have an economic impact of about $40 million. So as you can tell, and as my colleagues will reiterate, the arts are an important industry here in Los Angeles, and they go hand in hand with tourism, and especially cultural tourism, which is now the #1 industry in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Olga, thank you very much. Those were great big numbers, and I know the National Board of Museums are coming over 6,000.
Yeah.
So this is very special. Ron Hartwig is very special with the J. Paul Getty Trust. Ron, for a few words of remarks.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Council, for taking time to learn a little bit more about Arts Month. It was really a tremendous community-wide activity helped by Olga and her department, LA Inc., but most importantly by a remarkable coalition of public and private sector volunteers from throughout Los Angeles who really reflect the wonderfully diverse face of this great city. We did it, by the way, on a shoestring budget with no city funds. All the monies to put Arts Month LA together were donated. Clearly, the arts are important. The arts make Los Angeles a better place to live for each of us. The arts attract visitors, and they spend money, staying in hotels, buying tickets, and dining in our restaurants. And the arts are critical to preparing our young people for careers in the creative industries that play such a dominant role in our region's economy. Next year, LA Arts Month is going to be even bigger, and it will lay the groundwork for Pacific Standard Time, Art in LA 1945 to 1980, which begins in the fall of 2011 and goes through the spring of 2012. This unprecedented collaboration of over 40 arts institutions across Southern California will excite Angelenos, generate millions of dollars in cultural tourism, and bring people here from the U.S. and around the world. Thanks.
And Ron, and finally to finish up, Mike McDowell from LA Inc., our Los Angeles Visitors and Convention Bureau.
Good morning. I'd like to speak briefly about the importance of art and culture to our largest industry, which is tourism, and the role Department of Cultural Affairs plays in that through such citywide initiatives as LA Arts Month. As you know, LA attracts 26 million visitors a year, and they spend about $15 billion in the local economy. Of course, they're coming for our blockbuster exhibits and our outstanding performances at our great theaters and performance centers, but they're also coming to see the smaller theaters, our 99-seat theaters, smaller museums, and other things that Cultural Affairs supports throughout the year. And because fully half of our 26 million visitors hail from a geographic triangle bordered by San Francisco, San Diego, and Phoenix, they're getting their information of when to come, whether to come, and what to see and do from people who live here. Because of LA Arts Month, LA Inc. and the Department of Cultural Affairs were able to leverage cultural offerings of our community with such sponsors as Wells Fargo, Clear Channel Radio, Gelson's Markets, JCDecaux, CBS Outdoor Advertising, and other corporate partners into what we believe is the largest multi-platform promotion of the arts and culture that Los Angeles, or any other U.S. city for that matter, has ever seen. Millions of Angelenos and visitors will be exposed to repeated impressions in multiple formats throughout the city now through April 30th because of LA Arts Month. And let me emphasize, these corporate partners repeatedly told us that central to their interest in participating was the involvement of the Department of Cultural Affairs and the City of Los Angeles. That's what LA Arts Month does, and it's just one of the invaluable things the Department of Cultural Affairs does to help grow LA's economy and our largest industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank everybody here. Just all of us here, go out and find art. Art is all about L.A. and Art Month. Come up here for the commendation. With the greatest art in the world, done by the greatest calligraphers in the world that I'm always going to fight for, please let me salute our trio here for L.A.'s Art Month 2010. Good job. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Madam President.
It's Mr. President, Mr. LeBon.
I know, but I live in L.A. You look
Put your
good to me.
glasses on so you can see, sir. Thank you very much. Our next presentation, with a voice like this, it wouldn't be, madam. Mr. Reyes, our next presentation. Mr. Ed Reyes from CD1.
Thank you, Council President, and we can invite her colleagues to join us.
The man.
Our City Attorney, Carmen Trutanis. Welcome to the chambers.
Welcome, Mr. City Attorney Carmen Trutanis, joining Mr. Ed Reyes.
Welcome, Mr. President Pro Tem, Mr. Zine. I want to express my condolences for the loss of your good friend, Michael Miller.
Colleagues, I'm honored to be here today to recognize Jerry Burge, who has been with the City of Los Angeles for 28 years. For 27 years of that time, she's been with the City Attorney's Office, and of that time, 9 years, she's been the head of the Land Use Division, and I can share with you that I've had the honor of working with her. And for many of us, especially those who are out in the audience listening, the planning police powers is probably one of the second most influential factor that impacts the quality of life of our city. When it comes to the fire department, police department, it is the implementation of these planning police powers that touches us every day, where we can build homes, how commercial corridors evolve, how we stimulate strategies for the future. Now, these cases can range between 12 to maybe 30 every week. And Jerry Burgess there has been there for the past 9 years and before that, and making sure that this city develops and grows in a manner that's compatible to many different interest groups. And that's where the challenge lies. It's whose perspective, whose priority, how do we move forward, how do we make decisions, but more importantly, how we respect property rights. How do you understand the significance of each stakeholder and the impact that our decisions will make in the land use process within the planning department and with various departments as we move forward as a city? I can share with you that Jerry, for me, has been that pillar. When we're in the middle of a very difficult case, I can look down our seating arrangement and Jerry will give me a funny look and say, yes, no, hold off, continue it. But she is that person that understands how we can move forward in the most efficient way. But most importantly, it's her objectivity, her understanding of the role we play here as policymakers, as a legislative body, what the role is the executive arm, and the role of the city attorney, and every aspect of every department and how it influences these decisions. Jerry has been able to step aside, step back and say, these are your options. I am not the policymaker, but these are your options. And we will do our best to defend the interests of the city in the future based on your decisions. So for that, I thank her, but also because she has that way of being very down to earth. One day we had Loyola's football team here, and her nephew, the quarterback, was being honored. And I was looking, I saw Jerry Burge right here in the corner by the pillar, big smile, all happy, and I'm thinking, there's no land use decisions. Well, it was her nephew. And so you have this sense of family, you have a sense of commitment, the values that really reflect the basis by which we make sound decisions. And that's because of Jerry Burge's presence, and I will miss her, and I'm hoping that what she has had to offer this committee, this city, will be carried on with the professionals that stand with her, beside her, and behind her. So thank you, Jerry. And I'll present this certificate, but I'd love to allow our city attorney, Carmen Chitano, to say a few words, then we'll ask you to say a few words.
Good morning again. What you're seeing here right now is the sad ramifications of ERIP. In this chamber today, there are about a century of experience leaving at 5 o'clock this afternoon in the city of Los Angeles. We have Chris Westhoff over here, and Keith Pritzker in the back, and Jerry Burge. Jerry, I've been here 7 months, and during that 7 months, we've had a number of hot issues. The one thing that has changed in the city attorney's office is the quality of debate on the issues that we undergo. The lid is off on what you can and say to the boss in these meetings, and the arguments on the law are fast and furious. During the 7 months that I've been here, I've found that Jerry's comments on the law are insightful and go right to the heart of the issues. And this is one of the reasons why on the billboard cases that she's led the charge, and we have not lost anything in 7 months. We have won every single issue. On some of the other land use issues that we've had in the city, I've let Jerry take the lead. Arguments in the Ninth Circuit, and we are way ahead of the game. I am so very proud of the work that Jerry does. We've had our arguments in closed session in our office, in the debates, but at the end of the day, what comes out is great representation for the city. So, on behalf of the city attorney's office, Jerry, I want to congratulate you on a great career. The city is going to be not so good with you not at the helm of that department for a while. Succession training has been a lack in the city attorney's office, but we are moving forward with succession training. We have Jerry's helping us handpick her successor. And with that, with her counsel on that and her guidance on that, as well as she's done on the law, we should have great representation going forward. I can tell you this, that I am very, very sorry to see her go, but I'm happy for her family, and I know that you look forward to retirement. It's another change and challenge in life. So God bless you, and Godspeed in your retirement. And I echo the comments of our councilman from the 1st District, Mr. Reyes, on how good of a lawyer she is.
Thank you. We have 4 colleagues, Mr. Weezar, followed by Ms. Perry. You have your button pushed? Ms. Perry?
Jerry, you know, I feel as if I've grown up with you, and much of what you did shaped my view on land use in the city and how to conduct one's affairs in council districts. And you really perfected your craft in a way that few people do, and your love of the law and your desire to render advice without rancor or anything other than to be professional, to be substantive, and to really set a very high bar is going to be something that I truly, truly miss. And I mean that sincerely. And I asked you this morning why you were smiling so much. And I'm happy for you because you're happy. I'm sad for us because we won't get to see you sitting on the front bench anymore, giving us the guidance that we need from time to time and doing it in a way that we know that we can absolutely trust. And I just want you to enjoy yourself, and whatever you choose to do next, I hope you do it with a lot of joy and a lot of happiness, and be proud of the work that you did here.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Jerry, you know what? It is a rough day to see you getting ready to leave us. I know that from my perspective, and having been in the city for 40 years, that when you're on the case and you're at the front table, there is a relief to know that you're going to get good advice, objective advice. You're going to tell people what they need to know, not what they want to hear. And you're going to stand by your evaluation. And as I mentioned to you earlier, and even when we don't follow your advice, you're polite. And so the issues are that we will miss that, and particularly in tough type of analysis dealing with land use, probably some of the toughest things that we deal with, and so many of us do not have a working knowledge of it, and you have every answer that comes forward. And I just want to wish you well in retirement. And it's amazing that when people say they're going to retire, all of a sudden they smile, they look younger. And so I just hope that all of those things that you want to do, that you put aside, that bottom right drawer, all those things you said I'll get to one day, that you'll be able to open that and find a way to get it done. So thank you for your service.
Mr. LaBonge.
Mr. Reyes, thank you for honoring a great one. To be a public lawyer is a dedication that truly is special. And there's many right behind you. And I know the importance from when you were working here for John Fall and a different council. And I think Mr. Parks said it right. You said what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, which is so important. And as Ed mentioned, Loyola High School in his district, and your nephew Henry, who had 5 touchdowns, CIF Player of the Year, most exciting championship game in the last 25 years, to know that connection. And he knew my nephew, too, how small the world is. Mr. City Attorney, I know you're going to be missing some pillars in your office there, but those behind who have listened to those who went ahead will be all the better for the city of Los Angeles. Jerry, I'm very happy for you because you've done a great job for the people of Los Angeles. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Weezar? Mr. Weezar here? His button was pushed? Well, I'm sure he passes. Congratulations to you, Jerry. I'll offer my congratulations to you also. It's your turn at the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. First, I want to thank the people behind me for coming to support me, my colleagues in the city attorney's office, the man himself, an unexpected, pleasant, and very appreciated surprise, and of course my great colleagues in the terrific land use division. I also want to thank Councilman Reyes. We have worked together from your first day in Plum. You have always respected me, and I appreciate that so much, and I have truly enjoyed working with Rebecca and the other members of your staff. I look around the Horseshoe, and Tom LaBonge, I've known you for over 20 years. Yes, your nephew was in my nephew's wedding. How about that? And I've known Renee for probably just as long. Jan Perry, I knew you before you were a councilwoman, and the same with Greg Smith, and I think the world of Phyllis Winger, and I have really learned a lot from you. I've worked with so many in Plum, Councilman Cardenas and Councilman Huizar, who I'm sorry isn't here, because his staff, Jessica and Tara, have been great. Even council members Koretz and Krikorian I got to work with a little bit in Plum, and Lisa Trifoletti's like a little sister to me. She probably wouldn't like that. Rich Llewellyn's a former boss of mine from Councilman Koretz's office. Councilman Zine, you were in Plum for a while, gave me a run for my money. Councilman Parks, even though we never worked together, I have always enjoyed our conversations and your tough questions. You know I like that. And Council President Garcetti, I don't know if he's here, but he and his staff, Kelly, Kate, have always treated me so well. And so I say it's been so great for me to be able to say, and I'm proud to say, that all 15 council members know me by my first name. At least I think that's a good thing. But really, you have, thank you for an amazing career, because you've challenged me, you've exasperated me, but mostly you've made me be at the top of my game every single day, and you've made me a better lawyer with your challenging, and did I mention exasperating, questions and comments and issues and motions and everything, but it was never, ever, ever boring. And I hope you know that all the advice I provided to you through the years, I did with my belief that it was the best possible advice to protect my client, the City of Los Angeles. And so I'm on to my next chapter. I'm looking forward to it. And I know that you're facing some challenging and I'm sure exasperating issues for you. And I truly wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Terry Bergs. Retiring City Attorney. Mr. Reyes.
And with that, I'd just like to read the last two whereases. Whereas Jerry L. Burge is to be commended for commitment to further the common goal of making our city a better place in which to live, and therefore be recognized that Los Angeles City Council does hereby honor Jerry L. Burge for 28 years of dedicated service to the City of Los Angeles and wish her much happiness and success in her future endeavors upon her retirement. Thank you, Jerry.
Mr. Weezer has arrived to add some comments. Mr. Weezer. He was in the back room and now he's here.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I rushed in here just to give you a public thank you on behalf of the City of Los Angeles. I sat on Plum, and it's Plum. What is Plum? There's not a word. Plum. I always valued your advice because we know it was level-headed, direct, and whether we wanted to hear something or not, you told us how it was, and so thank you so much. You've done a lot. People don't often realize how difficult it may be to get through all the legal rules that we have to allow the city to continue function and moving forward and have it be what it is today. So thank you so much. We're going to miss you, and I'm certainly going to miss looking over sometimes and have you look at all of us like, come on, folks, let's get moving here. We got a lot of work to do. So thank you so much. We wish you the best. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Congratulations again, Jerry. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Thank you, Mr. Tutanich, our fine city attorney. And our next presentation, Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks, we have you on for 10. Yes. Yes, sir. Janice Hahn, you want to join Mr. Parks and Ms. Perry? African American Heritage Month Bridge Exhibit.
Have the folks come stand up here.
Ms. Perry, Mr. Parks, and Ms. Hahn.
Come on, you guys. Ian? Oh, they should all stand around. That's right. Come here. That's right. That's right, sis.
Okay,
so spread out.
All those visitors tags also when you your pictures.
How do you say last name?
You can say whatever you want.
Mr. Harris, did he show up?
And what about Ms. Gina Black? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm giving you this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Los Angeles City Council celebrates African American Heritage Month and presents Hail to the Chief, Barack Obama, President of the United States of America. And Mr. Wesson has asked us to do this in his stead, and we are happy to do it. This presentation provides a glimpse into the office of the President, the Commander-in-Chief, the Presidential Seal, Air Force One, the United States Marine Band, the President's Own, and the First Lady, Michelle Obama. The display features two collections of photographs. The first collection, on loan from the Perfect Exposure Gallery, were photographed during the inauguration of the 44th President held in Washington, D.C. on January the 20th, 2009. The collection of 36 framed photographs represents the work of 5 local area photographers. Also on display is the work of photographer Ian Fox, assigned to capture the presidential campaign kickoff of Senator Barack Obama at our own Rancho Cienega Park on February 20th, 2007 in Council District 10. The photo art display is to acknowledge Barack Obama as the first African American elected as the 44th President of the United States and his wife, Michelle Obama, as the first African American First Lady. His story, or their story, is an American story. Values from the heartland, a strong middle-class upbringing and a strong family, hard work, and education as a means of getting ahead, and the conviction that a life so blessed should be lived in service to others. The exhibit of photo art is co-sponsored by our offices, Councilmember Parks, my office, Councilmember Jan Perry, Councilmember Janice Hahn, and in cooperation with Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. Thank you to the Office of the President, Barack Obama, and thank you to the Los Angeles Sentinel. And a special thank you to Michael Layton, Michael Bondi, and Maggie Yu, Graphic Artist Print Shop, Los Angeles Department of General Services. And now I'd like to ask my colleague, Mr. Parks, to present to you some of the photographers who are here today.
Thank you, Jan. Folks, this is something that's a great pleasure to me, and Ian Fox is a person that you see throughout the community in every event that you go to, and it's such a pleasure to honor him for all the things that he's doing in the community, but particularly for this project. In 1968, Mr. Fox began his career in the theater arts at the Senior Academy of Drama in New York City and studied acting, voice, and dance. In 1976, he moved to Los Angeles and joined the Inner City Cultural Center as production manager and producer. He also founded the Fox Folly Theater workshop, managing the facility, and developed training programs to teach community youth in theater arts, co-produced summer youth training programs, and this will also determine your age. He was involved with the CETA program, which created employment opportunity for youth. Produced and directed the Corner Boy television pilot based on the award-winning book written by Herbert A. Simmons. Founded JEEP, the Junior Entrepreneur Enterprise Program, a subsidiary to the Watch Foundation, a nonprofit charitable education production designed to introduce and train youth in entrepreneurial skills. In 2009, Fox opened the Photography by Fox studio. So, Ian, I would like to say congratulations on behalf of this Los Angeles City Council, and also to thank you for your presentation regarding the President. We're going to have you say a few words in just a second. Also, we'd like to bring up, as a second awardee, and Mr. Bert Harris is also awardee, but he's not here today. But we'd just like to just give a brief overview. He's a freelance photographer for more than 25 years. He's photographed music, film, and TV and theatrical award show. His work has been published in numerous print media, including Time Warner Publications, Associated Press, Grave Publications, including Johnson Publication, and Black Radio Exclusive. So we want to honor him also, but he did not have the ability to be here. The last one I have is Adrian Sanchez Gonzalez. He's a freelance photographer based in Los Angeles, California. He is currently studying photojournalism at Pierce College and works with the Perfect Exposure Studio as a staff photojournalist. His latest work includes documenting the Mexico-U.S. international border and the implicit issues of immigration and migrant workers' rights. Adrian, congratulations. Thank you. We're going to have you speak in just a minute. All right. Now I'll turn it over to Janice Hahn.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to be up here. The Black Caucus, Jan Perry, Bernard Parks. Boy, do we miss Herb Wesson on a day like today, because really, this exhibit on the third-floor bridge is absolutely fabulous, and there was a lot of work that went into it from Herb Wesson's office. I will tell you, everyone should go look at that bridge. It is a fabulous chronicling of Barack Obama's rise from the very first time he came to Los Angeles in 2007 to his unbelievable inauguration as our 44th President of the United States. And I will tell you, it's a great moment for me when I was at the Rancho Park when he came and got to meet him for the very first time. Some of the photos of him shaking my hand are there. It looks like there's one moment where we're really like looking at each other eye to eye. But you know what? I know, it was good. But you know what? I will tell you, this is a great moment, particularly during African American Heritage Month, when Barack Obama was introduced to me, and I'm sure Herb Wesson briefed him and told him who I was and who my family was, but he shook my hand and he said, he did not miss a beat, and he said, your father was such a legend in the African American community. So that was sort of like, you know, you had me at hello, Mr. President. Okay. So I am so pleased to honor two of the artists here today. First is Armando Orozio. How did we say? That was close enough. Okay, close enough. Armando is an independent photojournalist and contract photographer with Agencia Efe News. Is that good? His photojournalism has included coverage of high-profile international events, including the funerals of President Ronald Reagan and Pope John Paul II, May Day celebrations in Cuba, the inauguration of President Vicente Fox in 2000, the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Finals, and annual film award events in Los Angeles. Armando is the owner of the Perfect Exposure Gallery. We are so pleased to honor you today at this very special event. Thank you for being such a talented, gifted person.
Sí, no, you
And speaking of the Perfect Exposure Gallery, we're also honoring the gallery, and Ms. Gina Black is here representing the gallery. And it's the recognized venue in Southern California to display the work of award-winning and accomplished photojournalists, as well as works of photographers that regard artistry and craftsmanship as a standard of excellence. The mission of the Perfect Exposure Gallery is to present exhibits free of charge to the general public and exemplify the following goals: the rich and diverse impact of photography, freedom of expression, a forum for the aesthetic, the contemptible, and the sublime. Sounds like our city council. The Perfect Exposure Gallery is actively engaged in community-wide initiatives such as a photo education program for inner-city kids entitled Imagines. The prints featured in the Overbridge Gallery exhibit, Hail to the Chief, are available for sale. Oh, that's good to know. So, Ms. Gina Black, thank you for being here today. We want to honor you, and we want to honor the Perfect Exposure Gallery.
Thank you
you
so
very
much.
much.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, take it home. Take it home.
Take it home. All right, first of all, I want to thank the council members here, Councilmember Parks, Councilmember Hahn, and Councilmember Perry, and most of all, and also Herb Wesson for allowing me the opportunity to record that historic event. And at the same time, I want to thank my wife back here for allowing me to be out doing all these things I've been doing the last 10, 15 years in the city of Los Angeles. I consider it a great honor, and I'm proud to be here, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Well, I want to thank everybody here for such having an honor to demonstrate my photos up in City Hall. I'm just starting out as a photojournalist, so this is a great honor. I expect everybody to enjoy the photos and hopefully feel the same that everybody felt at the inauguration. It was such a great event to be at, and 2 million people around at a freezing cold day. It was it was great to see. So I hope everybody enjoys the photos, and thank you.
Those are great photos.
On behalf of all the photographers, I want to thank you for giving us their work so we can present it to the gallery, and I hope everybody enjoyed the show on the bridge.
Good morning. I just wanted to thank everyone. We're honored to have our exhibit here, and I hope that everyone gets the opportunity to go look at them. And if you have any inquiries about the photos, you can contact us at the Perfect Exposure Gallery. And we're just honored, and thank you so much on behalf of the Perfect Exposure and all the wonderful photographers who are part of this wonderful exhibit. Thank you.
I'm going to go in the back and see.
Mr. Lamont? Yeah, wait a second, Bernard. Don't get away. I can't not let photographers get away without saluting them all and thanking them. And the Perfect Exposure is in my district on 6th Street in the Chapman Park West. And what a beautiful job. What's your website so everybody knows what it is?
Just www.theperfectexposuregallery.com.
Yeah, that's great. And the pictures of the inauguration are so stunning. So stunning and so lifelike. The picture of Michelle Obama is a halo picture. And Mr. Fox, you got your track shoes on because that day was like a triple meet at the stadium of a track meet, and you were running, capturing everybody, and thanks for capturing me. And Mr. Wesson's staff, thank you for organizing this, and Herb for that is so special. And Olga Garay from Cultural Affairs, thank you because you maintain that bridge, which is the Henry P. Real Bridge. Do you remember Henry, Bernard? He was before his time. He worked 55 years for the city in the city clerk's office. And the first photographer, Mike Hernandez will know that, who had an exhibit there was William Ray, where the William Ray Photo Center is on 4th Street. So it's all a circle.
Wow.
Who was the second photographer to have an exhibit, Janice?
Ian Fox.
No, come on.
They all went to Marshall High, Mr.
Yeah,
LeBon.
thank you very much. John got it right. I was the second one. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Our next presentation, Ms. Perry.
You fun. You got yours.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call Claudia Keller, Jacqueline Hernandez, Marlene Elenes, and Christina Johnson up. Great. It's just the two of you? Yes. Okay. This is your pass off. I'm joined by members of the American Heart Association to talk to you about a very important issue, that is heart disease and its effect on women. Diseases of the heart are the nation's leading cause of death, and stroke is the third leading cause of death. Cardiovascular disease claims the lives of nearly 460,000 American women each year, so that's about one death per minute. Each year, 53% of all deaths due to cardiovascular disease and 61% of stroke deaths occur in women. Too many women die each year because they are unaware that heart disease is their #1 killer. In 2010, the direct and indirect cost of cardiovascular disease in the United States, including stroke, is estimated to be $530.2 billion. Nearly as many women die of heart disease, stroke, and other cardiovascular diseases than the next 5 leading causes of death combined, including all cancers. Only 21% of women consider cardiovascular disease their greatest health risk. So February is designated as American Heart Month. Go Red for Women is the American Heart Association's national call to increase awareness about heart disease, the leading cause of death for women, and to inspire women to take charge of their own heart health. Women should learn for their own personal gain the benefits, the risk for heart disease, including tools such as the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women at Heart Checkup, Go Red for Women, Better You, and by talking to their health care provider, making the right choices relating to proper nutrition, physical activity, other healthy lifestyle choices are essential to living a heart-healthy life. And by choosing to speak up about heart disease, we can save lives by using the power of our very own voices. So in recognition of the importance of the ongoing fight against heart disease and stroke, the City Council declared February 5th, 2010 as the National Wear Red Day in Los Angeles and urged all residents to show their support for women and fight against heart disease by commemorating this day by the wearing of the color red. I know that Los Angeles airports and many private corporations throughout the city help raise awareness by lighting up their buildings red or showing their support by lighting office buildings in heart shapes last Friday. So I also want to thank all of them for their support of this effort. By increasing awareness, by speaking up about heart disease, and empowering women to reduce their risk for cardiovascular disease, we can save lives each year. And with that, I'd like to invite one of our guests to come to the podium and just say a few words about the campaign.
Thank you, Councilwoman John Perry. Good morning, my name is Jackie Hernandez, and I'm a volunteer spokesperson for the Los Angeles County Division of the American Heart Association. We're very pleased that the City of Los Angeles has once again recognized February as American Heart Month. I also want to give a special thank you on behalf of the AHA to Councilwoman Jan Perry for your strong support of the month over the years, and to Councilmember Tom LaBonge and your staff for all of your help with our Buildings Go Red campaign. Last Thursday night, you may have noticed that several LA landmarks were lit red in honor of women and heart disease, and one of those buildings was the iconic Capitol Records building in Council District 4. Many people are not aware of the fact that heart disease and stroke are number 1 and number 3 killers of women. Together, these diseases claim the lives of nearly 500,000 women each year. That's more than the next 7 causes of death combined, including all forms of cancer. The American Heart Association conceived Go Red for Women as a compelling response to this public health challenge. The campaign encourages women of all ages and backgrounds to discover unique life-saving power by learning about heart disease and stroke and taking positive action to reduce their risk of both diseases. Thank you, Councilwoman Perry, once again, and the rest of the City Council for recognizing this important cause and going red in the support of women and heart disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank
I'm
you.
getting my red pin.
Giving Jan Perry some heart. Very nice.
Oh, she has a lot of heart.
Very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And a very important message. Mr. Garcetti, Council President, our next presentation. And then after that, we have Mr. Rosendahl, and that'll complete our presentations for today. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, as well, for the presentations that we've had today, for our kind of unprecedented schedules. It's pushed a lot of our business till Fridays because we're meeting Mondays through Thursdays just specifically on the city budget. But it gives me a great joy to join with a number of members from our community for this presentation today. On January 1st, 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation took place in the United States. And yet I think it would surprise people to know that today there are more slaves in the world than ever before in our history. Over 27 million human beings are forced to work against their will for little or no pay. Slavery and human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the 21st century, estimated to be now a $9 billion industry. It's a multidimensional threat, depriving people of their human rights and freedom, increasing global health risks, and fueling the growth of organized crime. After drugs and weapons, human trafficking is the third largest criminal enterprise worldwide. The majority of victims of slavery come from disadvantaged areas as traffickers prey on those who suffer most from macro factors like gender discrimination, family violence, and lack of access to education and economic opportunity. But slavery and trafficking are not only limited to big cities, but they can be found in urban and rural settings, in big cities and small towns around the United States and around the world. Here, at least 15,000 to 17,000 women, children, and men are trafficked into the United States and forced into slavery every single year. I'll let that statistic settle in. Every year, 15 to 17,000 more individuals are trafficked into slavery here in the United States of America. Los Angeles, unfortunately, one of the things of being a global city is that we're one of the top 3 points of entry the United States for victims of trafficking and modern-day slavery. Cities like Los Angeles are particularly vulnerable to trafficking because of factors such as proximity to international borders, access to ports and airports, a significant immigrant population, and a large economy where industries where forced labor can be found. The sprawling areas that make up Los Angeles make this an underreported and unseen crime too often, makes the traffickers and those that are trafficked easier to hide, and more victims from place to place, and moving victims from place to place, making it very difficult for law enforcement to locate potential victims. We have identified here hundreds of victims of slavery, but that only represents a small fraction of what's going on in our neighborhoods. The proclamation that we have here today ends the first month-long awareness campaign launched by our partners that are here, the amazing Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking, known by their acronym CAST, which is not only a local and state and national organization, but has in many ways become the preeminent international organization working on issues of slavery and trafficking. And it has a call of action to all residents of Los Angeles to play a role, to join forces together to let traffickers know they are not only not welcome in our city, they will be found, they will be prosecuted, and they will be put in prison. And also to assure survivors, and this is important, this month is about assuring survivors they will not be treated as criminals. It was CAST that first helped campaign for a visa that allowed trafficked survivors to be able to stay in the country instead of being shipped back to the countries where they came from, where the same conditions might have led them into more life of forced slavery. So today we declare February 12, 2010 as re-emancipation of slavery in the city of Los Angeles. This event is an opportunity for Angelenos to be part of an important effort to end slavery, which tragically still exists in the United States and around the world so many years after the original Emancipation Proclamation. And Paul Koretz, is he here? Mr. Koretz is going to add some words, but let me turn it over.
Mr. Koretz.
Oh, he's not going to. Okay.
He's ill
Let me
today.
turn it over to Kay Buck, who leads CAST, to say a few words and thank them and all the people who are behind us. We are a growing army. We can defeat slavery in our midst, but it starts with each survivor and it starts with each of you looking for the signs of trafficking in your neighborhoods. Kay Buck.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President Garcetti and members of the City Council. On behalf of all of the women, men, and children who have been a victim of slavery and trafficking, I humbly accept this proclamation. I would like to acknowledge and thank all of our partners who have supported our efforts during this campaign, including the S. Mark Taper Foundation, the Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force that is housed at LAPD, and members of the Rescue and Restore Regional Program Coalition, who are all behind me today. I want to thank them all for their support. It is my hope that with the continued support from our partners, as well as the City of Los Angeles, that we can continue our quest to end slavery and trafficking once and for all. I would also like to recognize members of our Survivor Advisory Caucus who are here with us today. There are 3 members. Thank you for being here. These resilient women are really living proof that slavery can, with our help, that victims can emerge from these terrible situations and become powerful agents of change. They embody what our organization is all about and really are the inspiration behind this campaign. As President Garcetti mentioned, CAST was formed 15 years ago following the discovery of 72 slaves in an El Monte sweatshop. From the beginning, CAST's goal was to inform the public and help fight this growing crime and epidemic. Now, 15 years later, CAST is the leading organization working with and for trafficking victims in the greater Los Angeles area. Today, we also celebrate the birthday of President Abraham Lincoln, one of the greatest abolitionists of our time. It's appalling that nearly 150 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, slavery continues to exist here and around the country and around the world. In fact, there are more slaves, as President Garcetti pointed out, there are more slaves today in the world than ever before in our history. And Los Angeles is one of the top 3 points of entry. Slavery and trafficking are brutal and horrifying subjects, and as a society, it can be tempting for us to ignore that such cruelty exists in the city of Los Angeles and around the country. There are people in our neighborhoods today who are subjected to living life as slaves, people being robbed of their basic freedom and humanity. The time has come to end slavery for good. Last month, on January 11th, we launched our From Slavery to Freedom campaign. Our campaign coincided with President Obama's proclamation as January being National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, and with a similar proclamation from the governor's office on January 11th. Today, our campaign culminates here on President Lincoln's birthday, which seems only fitting as we honor his memory and efforts to lead our country out of slavery. Since the beginning of our month-long campaign, we've been able to identify several new cases of slavery here in Los Angeles just since January 11th this year. We did this through our 24-hour hotline and have brought help and hope to people in dire situations. Sorry. Every single one of us today holds the key to freedom in our hands. We can all become modern-day abolitionists. Today is just 2 days before Valentine's Day, a day that generates the highest chocolate sales more than any other day in the year. The cocoa industry is well known for its use of forced labor and slavery of men, women, and children. Today we have the opportunity to educate ourselves and about these types of supply chains that fuel slave labor and support companies that have chosen the right path. And I want to direct you to the CAST website, www.castla.org, to find out how you can support those companies that are doing the right thing. So thank you again to all the members of City Council and President Garcetti for your collaboration and helping us say no to slavery for good. I would like to now invite Kanti, who is a member of our Survivor Advisory Caucus and was forced into domestic servitude here in Los Angeles. She now joins 13 other survivors of slavery and speaks out about her own story so that this doesn't happen to anyone else. Kanti?
Thank you. My name is Udaya Kanti Salgado. I'm from Sri Lanka. I was forced to come to U.S. and I was forced to work as a housekeeper. I didn't get paid for 2 years and I had to do all the work, cleaning the house, doing gardening, washing the car, and I was not allowed to go out. I was not allowed to answer the phone. I was not allowed to open the door. If anybody come to the house, I was locked in the room. This was in California, and this was a normal family that did this to me. And then I was not allowed to speak to my family. I was not allowed to send the money because my family is very poor, and when I asked the money, the lady told me that you cannot ask me money, you cannot ask me you want to go home, I need you here because I need my children work to be done, I need my housework to be done. If you go back, nobody else to do these things here. And she said that money can do anything. If you go back, I will bring you back. And I know where your family live in Sri Lanka. I have a friends in there, and they work for the government, and they can do anything. And I have money to expend. And my family, when my father died, I was not allowed to go home, or I was not allowed to speak to my family. And after 2 years, I got arrested by immigration, and they helped me to find the CAST. And my employer, there was hole in my passport, my jewelry, and I don't have any friends or family in the United States except them that I know. And that time I was afraid, and I didn't speak English at that time. And I learned to speak English and everything else, and CAS helped me with everything else. So I'm doing well, and I'm telling my story that I want somebody else to get help, and I don't want anybody else to go through what I've been through. and it took almost 4 years of my life, and my family also, because it was very hard for my family, because I didn't tell what happened to me, and I don't want anybody else to go through what I've been through. Thank you.
So, colleagues, this is one of tens of thousands of stories that are every single day here in Los Angeles. Slavery exists in Los Angeles, and let us re-emancipate all human beings here in Los Angeles. I know there's probably a couple of council members who want to speak, and then we'll present this. Yeah. Okay.
We have Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Reyes.
Just a quick shout out. Years ago, when it first happened in El Monte, I did a lot of television shows on it to expose it and to get it out there. Most Americans don't realize that we have sweatshops and we have slave labor right in our own boundaries. And so whatever you do for awareness, whatever you do to bring it out there, the social consciousness of neighbors around situations where we see these folks, they've been brought here from other places, they're scared to death, they can't speak English, they don't know how to connect right away, and they become perfect abused people that we can no longer tolerate. So God bless you all. Thank you all for fighting for it. We're 100% with you on it.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilor Garcetti and the great people that are here today. In Koreatown, we had some seniors speak to our staff, and they were asking us, how do we help these young people who are being caught up in this net? How do we break that silence because of cultural and language barriers? And so currently my staff is trying to connect with the network. I've asked, how are we working with the organic organizations that have that capacity to advocate? And so we're starting those conversations because we know we need to create those bridges in order for them to have what every human being should have, which is the freedom of choice. In Lincoln Heights, a couple of weeks ago, a coffee shop opens, but the owner shows me an area behind the commercial front where every room had their own separate padlock and deadbolt. And there was enough room for a sewing machine and a pile of whatever it is that they were sewing. There was 8 of them. They were cubicles. And there was a padlock for every room. So every worker that was in there was essentially captured and caged in that little box until they finished whatever they needed to finish. And God knows what else happened in those places. So this is happening right here, right now, in front of our very noses. So unless we have efforts like yourselves, it's easy to forget. For all the other woes that we are going through in this economy, this just kind of disappears from the radar. So I'm glad that you are providing that message and awareness, and we need to find ways to organize against these kinds of efforts. So thank you so much. Thank you, Eric, for doing this, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, colleagues. So on behalf of this entire City Council and the Mayor, and our entire city family here, we declare this today to be Re-Emancipation Day. I want to thank Councilmember Cardenas, too, who has done a lot of work in this area. He's not with us today, but the bumper stickers you now see on city vehicles that say no human trafficking play on words of both no to human trafficking and KNOW, know the signs of human trafficking, can be found throughout. And we want to thank LAPD and their good work of bringing together all law enforcement agencies to be able to spot this as well. Everybody is getting this, from the U.S. military. As a reservist, I go through the same training every member of the U.S. military does internationally to spot signs of trafficking, to our law enforcement officials. But really, whether you're a sanitation worker, whether you're a resident, whether you're somebody who works in rec and parks, or whether you're somebody who drops into a mini mall and sees something that looks a little bit suspicious, you can do something, and think about that you can free a human being, which is the most incredible and beautiful gift, as we saw articulated here, that anybody can have. So on behalf of the city, we declare this Re-Emancipation Day and thank CAST and all the survivors of trafficking for their bravery here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you. Our next presentation will be Mr. Rosendahl. Our final presentation, Mr. Bill Rosendahl.
Thank you.
Mr. Bill, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a substitute at the moment for Paul Koretz. Paul Koretz has been the cat guy because he's into cats, and he's done an amazing job about that, as Herb Wesson is into the dog business. Well, I happen to be for dogs and cats, and to be honest and full disclosure, I have 3 cats, which is the law, and I don't want to get any more cats. But we got a cat here right now. It's a black cat, and black cats bring you good luck. I have a black cat. It's a beautiful black cat. I've had it for 14 years. You know what animals do? They connect you. They connect you with another part of the spirit that's in all of us. It's calming. It's relaxing. And let me tell you about cats. They don't require much attention from you. They just need to have good food, and if you're fortunate like me and you have a backyard, you just let them be. And they actually keep rodents down. They do all kinds of wonderful things for you. So if you're interested in giving yourself balance in life, it's real good therapy to have animals. And a cat is one of those that require less attention from you, but they give you as much love as a dog does and as all kinds of other animals do. So if you're watching this and you care about, making a difference with your life, one difference you can make is for this beautiful black cat. It has a name, but I want you to give it your own name. The cat is 4 years old. And the way cats live, if you take good care of them, cats got another 10 to 15 more years. And just think about 10 or 15 years of a loving pet to come home to be able to pet, to let it purr for you. One of my cats actually sleeps on the edge of my bed at night. And, it's sort of like its safe place. But it's also very, very, very good if you care enough about animals to take an interest in this black cat. So here's what you need to do if you're not going to take... Colleagues, do I see a colleague who wants a cat? No colleague wants a cat today? Well, maybe staffers?
Stacy, who watches Channel 35 every day.
All right. Give a shout out to Stacy. Okay, here we want you to call this number, okay, in Paul Koretz's office. If you're at all interested, think about it. I think you will find this a beautiful addition to your life. Call the Koretz office at 213-473-7005. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for this. And let's all be cat lovers, at least for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And that information was up on the screen. Madam Clerk, that is completion of presentations. We have some ordinances we want to approve.
Yes. If you wish to reconsider the ords now that 12 members are present,
yes,
we will be considering 4 through 7, 46, 47, and 49.
Very well. On those items, no questions. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
On the ordinances, those are all passed.
And now it's to adopt the ords.
On that, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well.
Excuse me, Mr. President, can number 49 go forthwith, please?
49 forthwith? That'll be fine. And there's also a request on number 44 from Councilmember Wesson. It's not 44. Mr. Wesson's office. Michael, what number? 43. There's a request to reconsider on number 43 from Mr. Wesson's office. Mr. LeBon, you have an amendment on that?
Yeah. It's being circulated.
Hold on, Madam Clerk. Let's go to 43 then.
Did we circulate it, Lisa?
We're going to reconsider 43. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote. On
12
43.
ayes.
Very well. That's now open. Mr. LeBonge, 43.
Yeah, on that, as well as the correction as requested by the 10th District, Mr. Wesson office. We do have a request from the 14th District, Mr. Weezar's office. That motion is being circulated, and we will go momentarily.
There's 6 members of the public that wish to speak on 43. Without objection, we can listen to those folks at this time, and then we can move 43. Mr. Bong on number 43, sir, followed by Lin Kim, If you all come up together, Rebecca Ronquillo, Lydia Centeno, and Leo Orlando, and Bilal Ale. I think you're all together on number 43. Just identify yourselves that I've called your names. Sung Jae-bong. Go ahead, sir.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Hi, how are you? Go ahead, Mr. Bong.
예, 저는 오늘 기쁜 마음으로 이곳에 참석하게 돼서 대단히 기쁜 마음으로 여러분에게 감사 인사.
Hold on, we need an interpreter on this particular matter. You interpret, sir? Go ahead, please.
My name is Bong. I'm here with the hope and happiness. I am very happy to attend this meeting today.
감사 인사를 드리고자 이곳에 섰습니다. 언제나 시정을 걱정하시는 시의원 여러분과 시민 여러분께 저희들의 숭고한 뜻을 담긴 이 메시지를 전하게 되는 것을 기쁜 마음으로 받아들여 주셔서 감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
I would like to thank everybody that's sitting here today, councilperson, and also the citizens behind me. And I come here with a huge heart of thankfulness to the council people.
감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Lin Kim.
존경하는 시의원님, 저는 코리아타운에 살고 있습니다. 제 이름은 린킴입니다.
My name is Lin Kim. Dear respected city council people, I live in Koreatown.
그곳에 얼마나 많은 초등학교가 있습니까?
You do know how many elementary schools are there in Koreatown.
그 어린이들과 시민들에게 잠시라도 쉴 곳, 자연을 느낄 수 있는 곳을 안전한 공원을 주십시오.
Please provide, and I thank you so that you are giving the park a chance, Koreatown Park a chance, where the children and also the citizens in Koreatown can rest and play.
어린아이들이 창의력을 키울 수 있고 뛰어놀 수 있는 공원이 필요합니다.
We need park in Koreatown where children can play and also grow. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Rebecca Ronquillo.
Diles hi. Hi. Hi.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rebecca Ronquillo, and I'm an organizer for the Koreatown Immigrant Workers Alliance. And as my fellow community members have said here today, we're here to thank you, and we're very grateful that our park was back on the list. We're very, very, very excited. Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. So I'm looking at Mike. Thank you for meeting with us, and send our best to Mr. Herb Weston as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lydia Centeno.
Thank you, Grandpa.
You're welcome. Lydia Centeno.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lydia Centeno. I'm here to support the park, Howard and 7 Park Street, and I'm a member of Kiwa. And to say thank you and to let you know that the community is willing to make this park possible. Thank you.
Thank you. NC Orlando. It's hard to read the spelling on this. Not here?
No.
Okay. Bilal Ali.
Thank you again.
Bilal Ali. No Ali. Is that you, sir?
I'd like to thank Councilman Herb Weston's office, also the City Council, the parks in L.A. We're very park poor. We desperately need parks because there's a correlation between park inequity and health disparities in a lot of our low-income communities. So we thank the City Council for taking the opportunity to reverse this trend of park inequities and health disparities through your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the members of the community coming out on this matter, this park. On item number 43, that matter is now before us. Mr. Labange, that has been amended.
The amendment has been circulated here, 43B, which is addition to that as well. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, on 43B, we ready
Yes,
to
A
vote?
and B.
Ready to vote on that matter? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well. Congratulations and thank you on those matters. Madam Clerk, we can now go to public comment, if that's on
Yes,
the
that takes
agenda
us to
next.
public comment.
Pardon me?
Yes, that takes us to public comment.
All right. So we now have public comment. Following public comment, we will take up items on the agenda. If you are here to speak on a matter, please file a card before that matter is called. Once that matter is called, there will not be any cards accepted. We are now in public comment period. Carlos Olivia.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Council. My name is Carlos Oliva, and I am the Artistic Director of the non-profit organization called Pacific Lyric Association. And what we do is to present zarzuelas, that means Spanish musical. And we are going to present it in Spanish, of course, with English subtitles. And we are presented in the $1 Million Theater, the February 26, 27, 28, and March 5th, 7, and 8. And one of the purposes of our organization is to educate people and educate our youth into this form of musical theater. So we are working through the office of Jose Huiza to donate more than 700 tickets to the schools and to our senior citizens to really get people exposed to this kind of musical theater and convince them that it's something enjoyable too, not only with a cultural value, but also as an entertainment, like it all are afraid of kind of operatic. So with me is Ms. Sara Sanchez, who is the director of the Hispanic event at the $1 Million Theater, and also Mr. Federico Tovar, who is the head of our outreaching program. And we would all like to invite you, all the council members and members of the City Hall, to this kind of event to support us in the idea to bring something in Spanish in the musical theater, but that it can be also outreach to the rest of the ethnic groups. So our performances are with 38-piece singers and dancers and 22-piece orchestra, and with a lot of people involved in this effort to bring to LA one other forms of musical theater apart from opera, but also with value, with a very, very high value. I think could be the bridge to the people to enjoy, especially the youth, to some what we call classical music.
So, thank you, sir. Arnold Sachs, our next speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. It's good to see that you have such vast awareness of the rules changes. But you do have decorum. You really worked on that one. The mayor has talked recently about private partnerships, public-private partnerships. Haven't heard anything about reducing the legal fees to outside attorneys, or is that one of the public-private partnerships that won't be touched? There was an article in the LA Times yesterday regarding discretionary funds that the council gets for sale of property. And it's good to hear that some people in Councilman Park's district only had to wait 20 years for a project that's on the boards now. There's also an item on your agenda today for a 6-month review of the budgetary crisis. Based on the amounts of the budgetary crisis that the city is now facing, has been facing, and in the future will face a larger one, maybe these reviews should be held on a quarterly basis, because it seems like for 6 months of the year, you keep the electricity on, but it's only until the year changes, the calendar year changes, that you decide that you really need to buckle down and do some work. There was also a story regarding Councilwoman Hahn becoming a mediator in a dispute at the harbor, and the fact that she had been selected but she had to turn down the job because she had received a political donation. It would have been nice if she had turned down the job because she had received the political donation before she accepted it. But what was great about the articles, it said she was a contender. Janice Hahn could have been a contender.
Thank you. Mike O'Gara. Mike O'Gara.
Honorable council members, my name is Mike O'Gara. I'm a 36-year resident of Sun Valley. Yesterday I appeared in public comment to request that somebody please make a motion to reconsider or table item 16 from February 10, 2010, the city council meeting. This dealt with council file number 10-0204. I requested this so that the city attorney could rule as to whether monies from the Bradley Landfill Community Trust Fund could be used to treat diabetes. I contend that it cannot because there's no connection between diabetes and the Bradley landfill, nor is diabetes an environmental impact from the Bradley landfill. The language in the ordinance that set up this fund stipulates that language. No one made a motion to reconsider, so on my own, I've sent my letter to the city attorney's office asking for a ruling. I'm here just to make sure all of this is entered into the record. Somebody wiser than I told me that I had a request that the paperwork be put into the record. I also did not have my contact information on the papers I handed in yesterday. Thank you. Could somebody
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms will get that from you, sir. Sergeant at Arms, where is the Sergeant at Arms? There he is. He'll take care of it for you, sir. Thank you. John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, HIGHLANDS. New post today. As you know, the mayor was booed here, but as Tom LaBonge and several others know, he was booed by 1,000 people in Hollywood at the Ringo Starr ceremony for the unveiling of his Ringo Starr. The mayor cringed. Ringo cringed, and the mayor said, it's been a hard day's night. Now, this is what's really happening in the city. If you read the LA Times, you're not going to know what's happening in the city. And if you think I'm lying because I wave my hands, you're a fool. But I'm not talking to the 75,000 people watching me now and the 250,000 hits we've had on our website in the first 5 months. We're going to read something right out of James Elroy, LAUSD Confidential. Read about the triple homicide over there at UTLA and the drug dealing. Read it on our website. You will not see it anyplace else. Now, Diane Watson played a fast one. She quit just a few days before she was supposed to register. That was to prevent Maxine Waters from running a candidate against her. You don't hear about this any other place. You're going to see, perhaps, the battle of the speakers. Karen Bass versus Herb Wesson for that congressional seat. HollywoodHighlands.org. I just want you to know that we have some very serious information on Tony Cardenas that we're going to the DA with. It concerns pressuring a city official, a DWP official, for jobs. It is a crime. HollywoodHighlands.org. Read all about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. Jim Childs is our next speaker. After that is Rita Sharma. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jim Childs, taking this opportunity to issue a warning, a heads up, especially to Councilman Reyes and Councilman Wesson. This is regarding processing and HPOZs. The planning department staff has been decimated like everybody else in city government, and as they search for ways to become more streamlined and efficient, they're floating an internal proposition to take the powers away from the HPOZ board and use them internally. In other words, they think they can be more efficient by assuming more work. This is your planning department and mine as well. The HPOZ boards have 5 members, one of which is an architect by ordinance. They are volunteers. You have at your disposal 100 people who will work effortlessly for their community, and planning department wants them to stay home so that they can actually do their business without Brown Act in the back room of the planning department. I have some respect for planning staff. I've been on an HPOZ board for 10 years. They can't come to the meetings anymore. The boards can function without them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. Rita Sharma is our next speaker. After that is Dr. Clyde Williams. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Rita Sharma with AFSCME District Council 36. I'm here on behalf of District Council 36 and the workers from Local 3090. We have been in recent conversations with the Los Angeles Los Angeles Fire Department in regards to the recommendations made by the Fire Commission in November regarding the full outsourcing of the emergency medical billing services and collections department. They are in discussions to outsource the department in its entirety, not only for the field data capturing system, but also to ADPI for its labor as well. I want to reiterate, we sent out a letter to each one of you last Friday to discuss this matter in greater detail, as well as to try to ascertain all the necessary documents to have a more complete and thorough analysis. But yet we have not been able to successfully receive these documents. We've only received very partial documentation from the Los Angeles Fire Department. The union wants to reiterate to you, the council, that we are in full support of a complete implementation and upgrade of the technology system that they are trying to impose, as well as the workers. However, we are very strongly against the full outsourcing of the workers to an outside vendor that is not only based out in Florida, but will be contracting its workers in the state of Colorado and including Northern California. We have workers that can diligently do this work in its entirety. As a matter of fact, they have consistently and constantly met their goals every single year, exceeding and generating the additional revenues, and we very strongly feel that they can continue to do this if the work remains in-house. So what we would like from you is, we sent out the letter on February 4th. I brought copies, and I would like to go ahead and distribute this to you, and we will be contacting you to have further discussions. And we would also like for you to impress upon the Los Angeles Fire Department to please work with us and get us all the bids and proposals so we can have a more thorough discussion regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. Appreciate your comments. Dr. Clyde Williams, to be followed by Elliot Katz.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Tell us where we're going. Yesterday or the day before, I can't remember quite, the CAO, CLO said that they are going to come back to you regarding the stormwater fee that is currently on the county's tax rolls, and they're going to ask for it to be raised to $50 per year per parcel. That equals around $40 million. That's a significant amount. However, this is only the tip of the iceberg, which you last year, I think it was, thawed out because that is Public Works, had failed to do any real public outreach. They have their stakeholders and they keep them well paid. The truth, the whole truth. Where is this stormwater issue going? It's going, as indicated in April of last year, to $8 billion required in capital works to clean up the stormwater for the LA River and Ballona Creek and Dominguez Channel. They also indicated that it would cost 6 to 10% of the $8 billion. That is around $500 million a year to keep it clean and operating. So it seems that we're going to approve the beginning of a very long road, which will cost every parcel within the city of Los Angeles approximately $500 a year on the tax roll. However, is this a tax or is it a fee? And this will be decided by Prop 13 suits that will be brought against even this first change of fee from $27 to $50. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elliot Katz is our next speaker. All right, Mr. Katz doesn't seem to be here. I thought that was the gentleman moving forward. That will end our general public comment. If we can go through items called special, please.
Item 1 called special for cards.
Okay. Doris Bonilla is our first speaker on item 1, and David Gonzalez will follow. Thank you for your patience, and come on forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Doris Bonilla, and I'm speaking by my property. By the fence the city put it on, to me is they came it to the 6th, and the same day the city come and do the work. They don't give me chance. They give me the last day, and they don't keep a chance to put the fence. And also, the next day, is actually my house get on fire. The city, they don't give a chance. I hire somebody else to do the work, and they don't give no chance at all. Just come and do the work, and that's it. And it's very high, the money they're charging it to me in these states. And I hire somebody else, they're charging less money than that, and I don't know, I keep to speak Mr. David because I don't know how to explain everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonilla. David Gonzalez is next, and then we have 2 David Gonzalez cards. So Mr. Gonzalez and then John Walsh.
Good morning, City Council. My name is David Gonzalez. I work for Pacific Asian Consortium and Employment as a business consultant at the Business Development Center. Doris is a client of mine, and I'm here on her behalf to ask of your help. She's been, there's an ordinance of public nuisance, and there's an amount of $43,728.25 that is being incurred of a city nuisance that she has to pay, basically a fee, and it's in the district of 13, which would be yours district, Mr. Garcetti. And I would ask graciously of at least 10 members here in giving us the opportunity, showing documentation proving of compliance of date in question. She has documentation stating that she was ready to be in city ordinance in front of the day in question. The city inspector did not allow her to do it on the date of question here. I'm not too sure as to why. That individual has since retired. I've been working on this particular matter for approximately 2.5, 3 months, trying to decipher the issues at hand. And I'm basically here on her behalf. Basically, I'm trying to do everything I can. She is a business owner. I walk the 14th district, and luckily she's one of the individuals that gave me the opportunity to speak to her. So I'm basically trying to do everything physically possible in terms of helping out the community, in terms of showing that there is help and, how would you say it, and understanding and compassion on your guys' behalf, being that she is a business owner, and I basically try to practice what I preach when I walk the streets and say that there is an opportunity here to be heard today and give me some help.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. John Walsh is our last speaker on this one.
One minute, HollywoodHighlands.org. Doris is a typical business owner being treated very shabbily by the city. I think it's racism. Just because we have a mayor that speaks Spanish doesn't mean the city is no longer racist. I remember the city in the 60s and 70s when I first came here. Ladies and gentlemen, we want justice for Doris, justice for her, just as we want, and I'd like to say in closing for my minute, HollywoodHighlands.org, see the snuff film, see an actual murder of Oscar Grant Oakland.
He is not talking about item 1. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We can keep on subject, please. Thank you. Is building safety here on this item? You can ask them just to come forward. If you can let us, the council, know your recommendation and how we arrived where we are today on this item, please. You can come forward to the table if you like. You come forward to the table up here. Thank you. We continued this one time to look at it further and would like to have the department's recommendation and just a short background on it, please.
Good afternoon, council members. Frank Lara, Department of Building and Safety. What occurred here is this property owner was given many chances. All the required notices were given to her. Our initial contact with the property was April 30th. Thank you. Our initial contact with the property was April 30th. We proceeded to, after that, issue the proper notices. We made contact with her right from the beginning. We made numerous contacts with her where we instructed her what she needed to do. Actually, our abate order required her to take care of the issues, which was to secure the property to barricade. Our initial order was for her to complete this by May 24th. We continued to give her more time. We worked with her. Ultimately, on July 13th, the unfortunate incident occurred where the structure was consumed by fire. Fortunately, there was no loss of life or no damage to the adjacent properties, but this was exactly the type of incident that we were trying to prevent by getting her to secure this property. The property was being breached by transients, so we assumed it was one of these transients that started the fire. We sent our structural engineer in after to evaluate the fire. Our engineer declared it a present, imminent, extreme, and immediate hazard, which authorized us to demolish the property without giving any further notice. We moved immediately to do so because of the prior experience from her and the total amount of time for her to try to work with her to get the property barricaded. We moved forward with demolishing the property so that there wouldn't be any further incidents on the property that could cause loss of life or damage any other property. So we feel that we properly notified this property owner, worked with her, did everything we could to get her to resolve the issues on her own. Unfortunately, she never committed to resolving these issues, so we recommend that this lien go forward and that the city be paid back for the expenses to not only to secure the property, but also to demolish the hazard. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The recommendation we have before us. There's nobody else who wishes to be heard. Thank you for that background. We appreciate that history as well. Please open the roll, then close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay. Now we'll move forward. Next item called special, please.
Item 2, called special for Councilmember Reyes, and there are cards on the item.
We have 2 cards. Mr. Reyes, do you want to hear those first, or do you want to say a few things first?
Council President, what we have here is a plum item that we had to waive because of our meetings of last week. Our time has run out, so I actually have to conduct the public hearing today. So if I can go through that process, and then also a public hearing in that process.
Sure, absolutely. We have 2 cards in for this. So Jim Childs, our first speaker on this.
Council President, if we can have him speak last so we can do the presentation.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I misheard you. Why don't we have the presentation first, if you don't mind, Mr. Childs? So we'll bring that staff forward. My fault.
Council President, this is a land use issue that's semi-judicious function. Requires the council presidents to be at their seat.
Just...
all of our land use matters requires that the council member be at their seat and listen to the case, given its role.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. If we can just have the report from the Planning Department.
Council President Garcetti, council members, my name is Jonathan Hershey. I'm a city planning associate with the City Planning Department, and I'm available to answer any questions that you have regarding this subdivision appeal.
Can you give us a brief summary of what is in front of us?
Council members, what you have before you is a request for a tentative tract number 69695CN for the merger of two lots, totaling approximately 12,500 square feet, and then a one-lot re-subdivision to create 7 condominium units. In conjunction with the construction of a 7-unit residential building, providing 22 subterranean parking stalls on property located within the RD 1.5-1-0-HPOZ zone. The property is located within the South Los Angeles Community Plan Area, the University Park Historic Preservation Overlay Zone, the St. James Park Historic District, and the North University Park Exposition Park West Adams Neighborhood Stabilization Overlay District. When this project was originally heard by the advisory agency, they approved it. That approval was subsequently appealed to the Area Planning Commission, who denied the appeal and also approved the subdivision as well. I should let you know that the project has not requested any kinds of deviations from either density or building envelope. This is simply a matter of subdivision of air rights for the purposes of condominium.
Thank you, sir. And we can call out the appellant, Mr. Jim Childs.
Good afternoon. As the chair of Ad Hoc, I'm appealing the decision of the South Area Planning Commission to certify the project's MMD. I request that the City Council rescind the MMD and require that a new environmental document be prepared and that a traffic study be completed as part of that procedure. The Planning Department's MMD has ignored the negative effects of the cumulative impacts caused by 4 new infill projects on the fragile historic infrastructure, especially the traffic and circulation impacts on the 118-year-old Scarf Portland alleyway. These approved 4 projects combine for a total of 34 units with 97 bedrooms for 194 USC student tenants. All of the new tenant parking is through the antiquated historic Scarf Portland alleyway. Planning staff has chosen to rely on pre-established generic thresholds generated by other city departments that are not appropriate to the specific conditions of the National Register Historic District and fail to adequately address the issues at hand for the purposes of CEQA. The evaluation of a particular effect of a project on the environment depends on the project's location and the surroundings. In Lenoff versus Monterey County Board of Supervisors, the court applied this principle and found that what may apply in a residential area may not apply to an urban commercial environment. This concept is applicable to a city-recognized historic district where different standards and impacts must be acknowledged. I would mention to you now that because of the Planning Department and the City Attorney's policies, I am here about CEQA, but I was forced to file an appeal on the project as a whole. And this is a policy that I believe needs to be re-examined. I filed 3 appeals, and I cannot file CEQA appeals unless I file for the whole project. You might want to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Arnold Sachs on this item.
Thank you again. Good afternoon. Arnold Sachs. Since Plum is taking this action, I was wondering, based on previous actions, especially regarding the LA Live and the vetting of permits there, will permits be vetted on this project? We understand it was air rights, so will that include some kind of vetting of permits for billboards? Because That would stand to reason. If they're giving up the air rights for something, it would be for billboards. And since this is part of, I believe the speaker before me mentioned USC students would be living there, would this be considered part of the LA Live sports arena complex zone that has supposedly gotten those vetted rights to do things without getting the particular permits as necessitated by city codes? I mean, you had, according to hearings here, you had numerous meetings on the LA Arena and the Regal Theater, but none of them included planning. None of them included building and safety. They included different committees, but none included building and safety. So, them being excluded, does that mean that by city council acting or not acting, that certain permits will be vetted in the future, 5, 6, 7 years down the road, when people want to start putting up billboards? Thank you.
Thank you. That will close public comments on this. Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues at the South LA Area Planning Commission, conditions of the track were modified per community and council office concerns related to Scar Street, the public improvement requirements, and the alley. Also, the city department and staff, including planning and CEQA city attorney staff, have reviewed the appeal and determined that modifications to the APC were not merited. On another note, University Park HPOZ also reviewed and approved the design for the proposed 7-unit condo project in the vacant lot. I would move to deny the appeal with the submittal of additional clarifying information to the file relative to historic resources impacts and public improvement impacts. And that would be my request of this body.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Nobody else on the queue that is before us. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Next item called special, please.
Item 14 called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, item number 14.
Yes, Mr. President, we have 14, 15 together. They're
Absolutely.
similar.
Without objection, we'll consider 14
And we
and
have the
15.
city attorney to come up.
Why don't we have the one speaker card on 15 first, then?
Okay.
Mr. Sachs, if you want to come forward on item 15. And then we'll hand it back to you, Mr. Parks, as soon as that's done. This is on the billing and collections operation at LAPD, Mr. Sachs.
Thank you again, Arnold Sachs. Again, item 15 is on the collections and billing and collections operation of the LAPD department. But I don't see you questioning the efficiency or getting any report from the efficiency committee on the expense department side of the police operations. You heard about it again, and I reiterate, with the DNA testing. How much money has gone into DNA testing? We spoke about it last week. The city of New York had 16,000 DNA cold cases, which they alleviated in 3 years. The city of LA had less than half, and in 5 years they haven't eliminated them. Where's the money going? How come the differential? Again, like I said on Wednesday, is DNA harder to spell in LA than it is in New York? You had the problem with the cameras in the police cars, pushed for by the police commission. Money going in, but not spent on cameras, so where did it go? And then again, the cost to investigate each murder. Councilman Cardenas, I believe, said $1 million. Councilwoman Hahn said $1.4 million. The woman who spoke here last week mentioned that she got statistics from the RAND report, $4 million. Well, if you have 300 murders in the city of LA and you do the math, that's quite a differential. If there's a difference, why not look at the expense side? Who is doing the homework there? Bill, collect. Where does the money go? I don't know. Let's form a committee. Wow, that'll always work. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Colleagues, on items 14 and 15 are two audits that were done in 2008 and recently come before the Audits Committee to move forward on recommendations for both fire and police as it relates to collection of funds. And the reason I brought this up today is to number 14, to get more precise information from the City Attorney's Office regarding item 2C as to the ordinance that will basically enable referral of delinquent ambulance accounts to outside collections so that we can move forward and want to get an idea when that ordinance might be forthcoming.
Pete Echeverria from the City Attorney's Office. That ordinance actually was adopted some time ago, almost a year ago. The implementation of the ordinance, I understand, of the program and the referrals has not taken place because they're still working out some contractual issues that gave rise to HIPAA questions, as well as some of the contract issues with the contractors. Those are expected to be resolved relatively soon, but the ordinance itself has already been adopted.
Let me ask, can the city attorney aid in moving forth those negotiations to get us to the implementation?
We have been and are and hope to have that resolved in the very near future. We're working with the fire department to do that.
Colleagues, on 14, I would ask that you just add one verbal motion that the fire department and the city attorney be asked to come to Audits Governmental Officials Committee in 30 days with an update as to item 2C on the committee report. All right, on number 15, the police department also is responding to an audit since 2008, and I think they've clarified. Maybe Mr. Tiefenk can give us a quick overview, but we also have two ordinances that we're waiting on those issues. So if you can comment on what the audit covered, and then we'll ask the city attorney about those two ordinances.
Good morning, Honorable Body. Richard Tiefenk, Executive Director of the Board of Police Commissioners. The audit covered the status of a variety of collection issues and recommendations from the Office of Finance as to increasing of permit fees. With the implementation of a new software and hardware system called CryWolf to oversee and manage our billing and management of the false alarm system, which went effective July 1 of 2009, we have resolved all of the operational issues. The issues before you today are relevant to increasing the late permit fee from $10 to $15, and we've also made a recommendation to, if an individual renews a permit 90 days late, that they would pay a reapplication fee, which is basically double the original fee, so it would go from $30 to $60. And then last, we had a recommendation relevant to looking at those late fines that individuals owe to us, and we had originally brought forward to the Audit and Government Efficiency Committee the thought of using an interest rate, which is currently in place within the Office of Finance. In discussion at the AGE Committee, we further discussed that, and at that time I had recommended that we also consider potentially having for the first 15 days of being late, an additional $5 penalty, 30 days $10, and 45 days $15. That was referred to the Revenue Management Committee, and we're working with the Office of Finance to bring that back separately. But before you today, if we could have the ordinances move forward to increase the late penalty from $10 to $15, which based on last year would generate for us about $85,000 of new revenue, and then require that if an individual does not renew their permit within 90 days, they would pay basically a reapplication fee, which would be $60. And that is standard with all of our other police permits. If a person is more than 90 days late, the fee is, as a new application, it is double.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. Pete, could you just give us an idea on items 1 and 2 on number 15 as to when those two ordinances will be forthcoming?
Right. As you can see, these are the actual requests for us to prepare the ordinances. We expect to have those back to you by 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay, we certainly would appreciate it in 2 weeks. And the issue, somebody have to clarify, would that come back to audits or would it go to Budget and Finance? So the ordinance themselves? Should we just have them brought directly to council?
Why don't we have it bring straight to council?
Okay, if we can ask in 2 weeks that those ordinances are brought straight to council, we'd appreciate it, and that would cover items 1 and 2 on 15. And then, Mr. Tiefenk, I think we still have a instruction, a 30-day report back to audits on item 3.
We're preparing that report now, sir. It should be back to you.
So if we could schedule that in 2 weeks for items 1 and 2, I'd appreciate it. Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Question from Mr. Parks on item number 14 in the committee recommendation. The committee recommendation calls for a report back in 90 days, and as we're 138 days from the end of this fiscal year, I'm wondering if it would be feasible to have that report back expedited, perhaps in 30 days. It's been our practice over the last couple of weeks to ask for report backs much quicker than that, so that we can work these issues into our budget and also start to realize savings and new revenues as early as possible. So if that would be feasible, I would certainly suggest that we move this report forward as quickly as we can.
The dilemma we have is that they're trying to incorporate, I believe, a state fire code into the city fire system. And from all indications, it will, for them to have the fire code in place in order to move forward is what has been the slowdown. And what our indication was, they will not be able to do it in 30 days because it's a fairly massive project. So that's that whole issue of item 2A that talks about incorporating the recommendation fee structure in the new International Fire Code. So they're actually creating a code using this international code as a template.
All right.
So we could ask for a report back as an update, but they gave us every indication that they did not think they could get it done within 90 days. I mean, until 90 days.
And you had already addressed earlier item 2C, to ask for an expedited report there. Could 2B and 2D also be included then within that more expedited
We could certainly add that and ask for an update. We would like on, what I was referring to earlier on 2C, was that they give us a status of the city attorney helping the fire department to resolve the implementation issues regarding 2C. But we can certainly add 2A and B to that 30-day report back.
And D as well?
D is, this is going to be a study that's going to take a little longer. It's looking for cost-benefit analysis, and so that's something, in a sense, it's just the feasibility. So we can ask also for update on that also in 30 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other colleagues wishing to be heard? Not. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you. We'll look forward to those coming back. Thank you for your good work on this. Next item, please.
Item 16, called special for Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, item number 16 is the next one.
Yeah. Also, Mr. President, thank you. On 16, we can handle 16, 17 together. And we ask
do those two together as well, 16 and 17, please.
And we'd ask city staff, the Controller's Office, and the CAO, and also CLA to come to the table. Colleagues, on these two reports, and although you've heard a lot of information about our financial condition in the city, these two reports came through Budget and Finance, and I think it's important that in dealing with them individually and collectively, that you get an analysis of the CAO's mid-year revision, and also what we've gotten a lot of information of people discussing it, the Controller's cash flow report. And so these two reports will give you an indication of where we are as relates between now and the end of the year on our reserve fund, the amount of money we have to pay our bills, and a variety of other things. And I think that's very important to keep in perspective as we deal with a variety of other issues. And I would draw your attention particularly to the Controller's report dated January the 26th, in which she makes a couple of very interesting observations, one of which she talks about the issue of prioritizing our payment schedule for city bills and fees over the next several months, and then also provides a worst-case scenario as to what could occur if our cash flow continues, our revenue continues to drop, and our allocation of resources as far as paying our bills continues at its current level. So let me ask if we have the CAO could start it.
My name is Rex Olive. I'm with the CAO. My expertise is in city revenue, and that's all I would be able to speak to.
Okay. Why don't you give us an overview of number 16? Do we have someone here from the Controller?
we have a representative from the Controller's office here for this item from the Controller? All right, we'll see if we can get somebody...
So why don't you start with 16, and we're looking for the controller on 17.
Essentially, what we reported was that city revenue is going to be down $185 million from what we anticipated when we did the budget. It's been discussed several times in the last week or two. We're seeing no good news in the last several weeks, so what we reported is pretty much what we stand by. We looked recently at the state controller, who revenue often ties in to what happens elsewhere in the state of California. Taxable sales are down from last year by 15% statewide. That's not going to help us. Personal income is down. It actually beat budget in the last month, but it's down considerably, 8% from what it was a year ago. And this spills over into every city revenue. We're expecting the sales tax to still be down. We're expecting the sales tax to be down $26 million from what we budgeted. The business tax ties very closely to the sales tax. We don't get receipts from that for another month. We anticipate it'll be down $10 million, and that's even including the tax amnesty program that added $15 million to that. Departmental receipts are down across the board. Documentary transfer, even though the real estate market is starting to show signs of turning around, it's going to be down $8 million, and it's going to end the year at $92 million. Just 2 years ago, we had $216 million from this source. I looked through it, and the hotel tax is down. It's been falling for the last several years. We took another $7.5 million out of it. The sum total of all these changes is $185 million. There is simply no upside potential, and we hope we've captured. We haven't seen evidence that it's going to fall below that, but it's certainly not going to be better than that.
Let me ask also, because I think it was unclear when that number was first published, this is 185 for you're projecting will be short for the entire fiscal year. It's not just for the first 6 months.
That's correct. What we attempted to do, and as of now, we believe it's true, the $185 million will be what we will be short on June 30th of this year.
Yeah. And then also, when will we get your next projection? Is that March for the rest of the fiscal year?
Well, we'll have an update in March, because then we'll see the results of the Christmas quarter sales. We're hoping to see at least stability in the sales tax. So a big day will be March. We're going to see the second installment of the property tax. That typically comes in April, and so we'll get another update then. So as the budget is moving along, we'll be getting some critical updates. The important thing is we'll be very late in the fiscal year when we get additional news.
Now, is your expectation that the 185 will stay constant for the next 6 months? Is that what we're saying?
We essentially took a very conservative estimate. We've seen quarter after quarter of falling receipts, and we reached ahead and took a reasonable estimate of what these are going to do. We're coming off now quarters that were double-digit negative, so there's reason to believe that the negative will not keep falling. We'll end up with like -7% in the next quarter instead of the -18 that we got a year ago.
Historically, are our best months for recovering our revenue in the second and third quarter of the fiscal year?
Well, the recovery comes, and we look at it compared to the same quarter a year ago, so seasonality isn't really a factor.
Well, I mean, the larger amount of money.
The business tax is huge, and it comes in, we essentially know what that is in late February going into March. So that's February, March is the business tax, and we get the second installment of the property tax, and that's when we start to see what the collection rate will be.
Okay. So if our larger amount of money come in the second and third quarter of the fiscal year, is it a great concern of yours, or should we be concerned that in the first quarter you projected about $75 million shortfall, and then in the second quarter, which is one of our better quarters, it jumped to 185?
Those statements are both true, but what we did is look at what happened in the first and second quarter and said, we need to look for the next 2 quarters. So it is not just saying we're behind $185 million now. We're not. We expect to be behind $185 million on June 30th.
June 30th, okay. So the thing is that if all of that's tentative as it relates to what the Christmas sales and other taxi revenue that comes in March.
The things we need to know, we don't know.
Okay, very good. Jerry, you vetted these figures. Any additional concerns on item number 16?
No, I think they have been very conservative in trying to determine where we're going to be by the end of the year. I think in your meeting earlier in the week, there was very little opportunity to enhance that with new revenues. We're looking at a few things that we hope that we can get in place before the end of the year, but substantial additional revenue from those is unlikely.
Okay, thank you. Rex, you had something?
No.
Okay, thank you. The thing is, till the controller people get here on 17, we can actually continue the questions on number 16.
Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you. Ian, just because we're doing budget exclusively, for the most part, on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, colleagues, we will have some budgetary things that come in on Fridays as well. I think this is a really important thing for us and for the public to look at when we're looking at the hole that we're in and what it was caused by. I want to thank Rex, who's been our own kind of Rain Man on numbers. You every single year are able to bring a talent that few of us have to really prognosticate. I don't know if you ever have running statistics, but I'm sure you've only been off by a few percentage points over the last set of years that you do this, but we are lucky to have you to be able to look at those both month to month and year to year. We've said it many times, our CAO has said it here as well, Mr. Santana, for the public who tunes in and asks about our budget, we haven't had double-digit drops 4 quarters in a row like we've had since the Great Depression. And because government is a little bit behind, one of the questions I would ask you is, on average, kind of in translating these numbers to the everyday person out there, how far does government lag behind kind of economic recovery in general? In other words, our revenues are reflecting where the economy was, not where it is. People are talking about some few bright spots in the economy, but we're not living in that fiscal situation for some time. As we go through our budget deliberations, how long behind would you say we lag? And it may be different, obviously, for each source, but if you could give us some of that detail.
In general, we come out of a recession, this is just historically, a year later. That's typical. In our bad recession, the last really ugly one we had in the early 1990s, it took 5 years to come out of it. Then one has to look at this thing.
And by coming out, you mean to return to the revenue levels that we were at 5 years prior?
Yes, and not simply growth. The way you look at growth is we fell into a 20-foot hole, and a turnaround, somebody throws you a 2-foot stepladder. Right. Yeah, we're going up, but we're not where we were. Right. And to get where we are is going to take not just next fiscal year, but the one after that, and that's optimistic, just based on what we saw in the last real serious recession.
There was 1 or 2 areas where we might be a little bit over what we estimated, or you increased. What were those 2? I think it was, I recall from our meeting, 1 or 2 areas where we were a little above.
The property tax this year is actually a little bit above what we thought. That's our biggest revenues, 30% of the general fund, and that actually is coming out, will end up perhaps $10 million ahead. That's out of a $1.4 billion account, not a whole lot.
So it's less than 1%.
It is ahead, and the reason it is ahead is we estimated too conservatively. It's not because it's growing. We had 7% growth last year. We got 0 this year, but we're ahead of budget because of just too conservative budgeting. The problem is not resolved. Next year has to be worse because eventually the assessor marks real estate to the market, and he will go back and reevaluate entire neighborhoods based on the sales in that neighborhood. It's proactive. There's nothing propping the property tax up. We just happen to have a lag, like we were talking about. It'll take 2 or 3 years to recover. We're still getting benefit from the boom years.
Colleagues, my time is up, so I'll sit down, but I think I would, if you've not all looked at this, you should look at this report. Public should, press should as well. There's certainly plenty of things that we have to do, but it really highlights just where we are economically and how comprehensive it is in all sectors of the economy. As we look at those projections for the coming year, this is what the CAO is basing our whole on, what we expect that to be for the next 3 years as well. We can't wait for an economic recovery. We know that'll be a long, drawn-out one. We've already seen evidence of, as you said, 2-foot ladders on a 20-foot problem being the best-case scenarios right now. And so I appreciate you being able to do that. And there's few cities that kind of have that real-time mechanism to be able to do this. We will continue to do this every so often, colleagues, so we can check in where revenues are as we look at better ways of collecting, enhancing them, and ways to cut money to plug that hole. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Boy, that's a lot of gloom and doom. I am trying to, maybe you can help me reconcile the message that is coming from the State Controller's Office, because their January 2010 report is that everything's doing well, or everything is improving. So let me read this to you, and then maybe you can explain why that doesn't mean that our revenue stream is going to improve as well. This says the state's general fund revenues improved again in January 2010 compared to estimates found in 2010-11. In the 2010-11 governor's budget, total general fund revenues were $1.28 billion higher, 18.6%. Total general fund revenues, I said that already, higher than expected, I should say. Personal income tax revenues were $930 million better, or 17%. Corporate tax revenues came in above projections at $189 million. And sales taxes were also up $157 million. Is everybody else in the state doing well and LA is just doing crummy? Is that what you're suggesting? What you just reported does not conform to what the state controller has reported. And I'm wondering what's going on. Whose numbers are right? Is the state controller wrong and you're right, or are you wrong and he's right, or is LA just in the dumps and everybody else in the state is doing great?
None of those are really the answer to this. There's two issues going on there. Most of their estimates most of the numbers they're giving are comparing their actual receipts with what they're budgeting. So they beat their budget. That's that 2-foot ladder. When you compare it with last year, they're doing much worse than they did last year. The sales taxes particularly, that's one of them, but not the only one. The sales tax, they have a 20% tax rate increase. We don't have that.
So their estimates were low.
Their estimates were really low.
Our estimates were wrong? They were too high?
I don't think I'm guilty of having too high estimates. We're down $185 million from our estimates. So
your estimates were off?
My estimates were too optimistic when we did the budget by a whole lot.
So how do we know that your estimates are correct this time?
Oh, you don't. What I can tell you is I've done this for a while and I've been wrong almost every year.
Well, you can't be perfect, but being wrong is what I would call substantially different, and $186 million might qualify. But
this year, what we know is we're 6-7 months into the year, and on the main revenues, we're running behind. It would be impossible in the current year to turn this thing around.
So how do we, if we made these estimates last year, how were we so far off when everybody in the whole world knew our economy was crumbling?
And we knew it was bad, didn't get the magnitude, didn't get the depth of that.
I mean, we're talking about the presidential election time period when the whole world knew. I mean, the inaugural speech was a year ago.
Yes.
And 6 months before that, the entire debate was about how bad the economy was.
Yes.
So how could we be that far off?
I thought we fall into a 10-foot hole, we fell into a 20-foot hole. It's just, we knew it was
a
bad.
mile long
We didn't know it was that bad.
$186 million hole.
186, yes, sir.
So, I'm sorry, but I was skeptical when those projections came last year, and I'm even more skeptical about your projections this year. I don't think it's as bad as you're projecting, but I do think we have to be mindful that we have to correct the ship. But your numbers last year and the time period before that, when the whole world knew that the economy was not faltering, we were in a deep recession, and most of us, or not most of us, many of us thought we were in a depression.
Mr. Corrin?
You mentioned the temporary occupancy tax earlier. Can you talk for a moment about historically how have TOT revenues changed based on changes in the percentage rate, and also how have they changed when comparing Los Angeles's rate with surrounding cities' rates?
I think the question is ultimately elasticity. If we raise the rate, what does that do to occupancy? And the last time we raised the rate was, I'm trying to go back with that, it was in the 1990s. And so it's hard to grasp, but we went from 4% tax rate to 14% now, and we've had periods where occupancy or the revenue per available room was just at the maximum. What we know is our tax rate by itself does not suppress hotel growth. In the long run, taxes, we know it does. I just simply have no way to tell you if you increase the tax rate or decrease it, what kind of, what you would get from, say, the elasticity that comes from moving the tax rate. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's our final speaker on this particular matter. Mr. Parks.
Move that item, and we understand there's a controller representative coming for the next item 17.
We continue with this or take a vote, Madam Clerk?
Do you wish to open the roll on item 16?
Yes.
Let's do that. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. Now we're going to 17?
Yes. We can go to another item. They haven't arrived here, and as soon as they get here.
Madam Clerk, let's do another item since they're not here yet.
Takes council to item 19, called special by Councilmember Alarcon, though I believe his questions have been answered.
Mr. Alarcon, 19, we can move that forward, I think. It's okay? All right. That matter's been resolved, Mr. Alarcon's satisfaction. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote on 19.
11 ayes.
All right. Our next one, please.
Item 26, called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Mr. Alarcon, number 26. Two six, Mr. Alarcon. You called 2-6 special?
Vote on it?
Okay, wait a second. Let's do 26. Mr. Alarcon, you satisfied with 26? I didn't call it special. Okay, he didn't call it special? The clerk said that you did, but nevertheless, anything on 26? Labange?
I'll take it right now, and I'd like to call Bruce Ackerman to the podium real quick to say a few words.
Wait. This on 26?
Yeah.
Okay. Very well, Mr. Ackerman.
Of the continuing evolution of better government. Bruce?
Thank you, council members. Truly appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Bruce Ackerman, President and CEO of the Valley Economic Alliance, also Chair of your Community Redevelopment Agency's Board of Commissioners. Here today just to thank you and hope that you will give unanimous consideration to the motion before you to create the latest in a series of councils of governments serving the city of Los Angeles. This particular council of governments will be serving the 5 cities located in the San Fernando Valley, the largest of which is obviously the City of Los Angeles. I don't want to take a lot of your time. You've got a good summary in front of you. I would urge your consideration and vote on this issue. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
For all you do on the CRA board. Members, it's real obvious, better government. Mr. Rosenthal's been a champion of the West Side COG. COGs are important. Regional government. Thank you.
We
I
have
vote.
two other speakers on number 26. Dr. Clyde Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. We're interested in this and we support this because we would also like to have the same application done for East LA, east of the LA River, that is. And we're concerned that is this the beginning of a San Fernando larger metropolitan area? Thank you.
It includes Burbank, Glendale, Calabasas, and the city of San Fernando.
Peter McCarthy.
Good afternoon. Peter McCarty. I'm honored to be here, and thank you for your time. I'll be very brief. I urge your speedy adoption of this. It does include the 5 cities. There's a nice little map here. Glendale, Burbank, the city of San Fernando, Calabasas, and now the Los Angeles portion of the valley, and Santa Clarita. So this is a group effort, and I'm happy to say that I want to thank a lot of you for your participation in some efforts we've already got going, specifically the development of a very specific economic development plan for the I-5 corridor. So thank you, and I urge your speedy adoption.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Bob Scott, who's the creator of this. Mr. Scott, we want to acknowledge you for all your hard work on this. Mr. Bob Scott.
Thank you for acknowledging Bob. And Mr. Alicorn's been very helpful on this, so I ask for an aye vote, and thank the Southern California Association of Governments for their help as well and their leadership.
On that matter, number 26, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well, thank you. Forthwith on number 26. Mr. Garcetti?
If we can vote on that.
38?
Yep.
38 forward.
And there has been a substitute motion submitted and distributed to the council.
As substituted.
Number 38, no questions. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 33, called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl, number 33. And we have cards on that matter.
We do have cards on that, and I would love the cards to be read into the record and let them speak, and then I'd like to explain more of what this project is. So if we could get the cards first.
We have four speakers?
Yeah.
You want to hear from them?
Yes.
You said read into the record, but...
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, here we go. Mr. Stephen Box. Mr. Box, followed by Eric Box. Oh, I'm sorry, Nancy Box. Okay, NC Box. Okay. Stephen Box first. Go ahead.
Stephen Box, I live in Hollywood, and I've come before you on several occasions speaking to you as a bike activist here in the city of Los Angeles. And at face value, this particular motion has the word bike in it, which typically is all it takes to get bike activists to step up and say, hey, what a great idea. But at closer examination, this particular proposal is the endorsement of a $30 million 1.9 bike path. And so as the city of Los Angeles struggles with a budget crisis of epic proportions, there's no time greater than now for us to demonstrate financial responsibility, regardless of whose money it is and what hopes we have of getting the money. But this does not send a message that we're paying attention to what we spend, where we spend it, how we spend it. So as someone who would love to see you spend lots of money on things that are important to me, like the streets of Los Angeles, as we have articulated with the Backbone Bikeway Network, which is a citywide commitment to connectivity that goes east and west, north and south across the valley. It goes up to Pasadena through Highland Park. It goes all the way to the harbor. It goes all the way to the west side. It's a commitment to priorities for transportation and the removal of obstacles on those streets. There's a plan I'd love to see us get behind, and it's doable citywide at a fraction of what this particular project at $30 million for a 1.9-mile bike path would take. I ask you to send this back and to see if we can do this at a reasonable cost, such as the CD11 Transportation Committee has recommended. We also have a Bicycle Advisory Committee for the City of Los Angeles. It would be great to get their input. There are lots of opportunities for us to work together to make this a success, but this particular endorsement isn't it. I ask you to send it back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Box. NC Box is our next speaker, and then Alex Thompson. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is NC Box. Thank you for listening to us. Asking the council to vote against their $30 million bike path to nowhere. During these times when money is tight and we need to act smart with every dime that we have, I'm asking you to consider spending the $30 million on projects that benefit the larger population and that benefits our everyday commuter, regardless of modes of transportation. Spend the money on resurfacing the backbone network, which are the major routes that take people from east to west and south to north. The backbone that carries major bus lines across town, those needs resurfacing and fixing. But please don't spend $30 million on a 1.9-mile project that benefits very few. I'm asking you to act smart and reject this proposal of spending $30 million on the Marvin Bod Beach bike path. Thank you very much.
Thank you, NC. Alex Thompson is our next speaker. After that is George Wolfberg. Good afternoon.
Alex Thompson, Bike Riders Collective. I'm against this proposal as well. Respectfully, I appreciate the spirit of the motion, which is seeking federal support for this bike project. But I think this is the quintessential example of a cost and effective project. This is $30 million for 2 miles of bike path. That's $15 million per mile. Just to compare that, normal bike paths are $1 to $2 million per mile. So this is 7 to 15 times more expensive. And, is this really something we want to do? Why is it so expensive? Well, because there's property involved and because it's elevated. And according to the CLA report, where these numbers are coming from, part of the purpose of this is to provide a breathtaking view of the ocean. I got to say, in these tough times, can we in good conscience ask for $30 million to provide a breathtaking view? I don't think that we should. I think that we have an obligation to be thrifty with the federal government's money, just as we are with our own. So I'd like to ask that this gets sent back to the Bicycle Advisory Committee, which you all have appointees on, and see what their recommendation is, and go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. George Wolfberg is our final speaker. Hello.
Back in the 70s, when Marvin Browdy appointed me as his representative to the Bicycle Advisory Committee, joining Dennis Zine, Alex Baum, and others, there was no bike plan. Bike to work was a one-day event, not daily, as it is now for so many. And women cyclists were excluded from the Olympics, which we were able to change. And the sheriff stopped you, as he did Marvin and me, if you attempted to bike through the marina. Marvin was passionate about healthful pursuits, anti-smoking, anti-leaf blower, saving the Santa Monica Mountains, protecting the coastline from oil drilling. He cycled every day. If he were here today, and Mr. Zine, Laban, Smith, Alarcon, and others will attest, he would be passionate about completing the bike path in Los Angeles. Marvin was a fiscal conservative and chaired the Budget Committee. If he were here today, Marvin would say, sure, this is a complicated, expensive path. Sure, there are doubters, but this is worth doing. If it were just a matter of laying concrete on the sand, this would have been done 15 or 20 years ago. But this is a complicated and expensive, and there is no sand in places. We cannot afford this. Metro and the county cannot afford this. But this is part of the federal California Legacy Coastal Millennium Trail, and it's worth asking the federal government to contribute to this project, to provide a safe path for the thousands of residents, visitors, and tourists, and yes, commuters, who daily ride this 15-mile path, to provide a safe alternative to the landslide-narrowed coast highway with all too many injuries and deaths of cyclists in this corridor. This area of the city is excluded from the backbone plan mentioned earlier. I represent the Santa Monica Canyon Civic Association and Palisades Community Council, who for 10 years have advocated this project. We join with the Sunset Mesa property owners, whose members are locked out of access to this path, along with support from State Senator Fran Pavley, the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition, FAST, and other coastal groups, in urging the adoption of the Rosendahl Court's motion to have staff take a look and see if perhaps there would be federal funding available to finish the Marvin Browdy bike path.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl, and then Mr. Alacon.
President, and I want to thank the public speakers for coming up and talking on this subject. This resolution, Rosendahl-Koretz, we want to include it in the city's 2009-2010 federal legislation program sponsorship. It's an opportunity, before we close this down in about a week, to give direction to Washington. And this comes about in this historic way. The Marvin Browdy bike path, and by the way, one of the last times I was with Marvin, he was riding his bicycle on the path. He was an amazing man, and to be in his shoes in part with this job is an amazing moment for me. The Marvin Browdy bike path is a 19-mile bike route starting at Will Rogers Beach, ending at the city of Torrance. The bike path passes through the Yvonne Burke Park in Marina del Rey, along the south side of Marina del Rey Channel. The bike path is named after former Los Angeles City Council member Marvin Browdy. Efforts have been made to extend the bike path 2 miles from its current terminus at Temescal Canyon Road to the city's western boundary at the Coastline Drive since the early 90s. The problem has again and again been funding. Significant funding is needed, estimated $30 million, to extend the bike path from the Temescal Canyon Beach parking lot to the Coastline Drive to avoid having bicyclists ride in unsafe conditions on the Pacific Coast Highway. In 2008, Senator Sheila Kuehl convened a meeting with a number of agencies, including Assemblymember Fran Pavley, State Parks, Los Angeles County Beaches and Harbors, members of the public, and Los Angeles Department of Transportation bikeway staff. A number of issues were discussed, including the need to gain approvals for the bike path extension from the Coastal Commission and the State Parks, owner of the property, and the need to environmentally clear the project. A project overview and history was provided by LADOT, committed to this meeting with the Bureau of Engineering to secure new cost estimates for the project. Constructing this bike path would aid both commuters and recreational cyclists in avoiding one of the most dangerous sections of PCH. This is an expensive project that we cannot fund by using local or metro funds. Nevertheless, it is an important link in our cycling network and would provide significant safety benefits, and we need the assistance from the feds if we're ever going to make this happen. The project is supported by the broad coalition, including State Senator Pavley, Santa Monica Canyon Civic Association, the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition, FAST, the Pacific Palisades Community Council, and the Sunset Beach Association. Frankly, we're fighting over nothing. We don't have any money. It wouldn't be coming from us. And the federal government, if they put it on the list, and if there is this special fund that allows that to happen, this is the only opportunity the region has to finish a bike path that George Wolfberg has been involved in since the 70s. So we're not fighting over any money that we're getting. This is just a resolution saying to our folks in Washington, look into it, put it on your list, and if the opportunity presents itself to get those federal funds to complete the bike path, well then great. This is not at the expense of any of the bicycling issues that those 3 very active younger bicyclists strongly believe in, which I totally agree with. We need to get a bike network system in our great city. This is a small little piece on the coast set up in a national federal legislation packet. That's all it is. So I ask you to approve this so that at least it's in the mix, and if, the good Lord shines our way, there might be that money to come. It's not at the expense of anything else we're doing in Washington. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Alacon is our next speaker.
That's a lot of money. I agree. This is a vital link on the woefully low mileage that we have on bike trails, but $30 million for 2 miles. I know they not only want to see the beach, but they also want to stop in at Gladstone's, which this will go right around the parking lot there. And yeah, I thought so. But I don't think that's our purpose here. And has there been a study on this? Why don't we support legislation to support a study so that we could studied to death? It's obviously not dead. Where does the $30 million come? I mean, is there a way? Why is it $30 million? I guess is my question. And I have to say, when George Wolfberg is here talking, he talks about Marvin Browdy. I wonder what he would say about his other boss, Keith Comrie, and what Keith Comrie would say about spending $30 million on a 2-mile bike path. Because I just, that's a lot of money, and I'm wondering, of all the money that we get from the federal government, is this sending the right message that we want $30 million for this particular project as opposed to all the other things that are needed? I'm just, is there a way we can do a resolution that doesn't have such a glaring impact on the budget?
Sorry, go, please, yeah. You're going to. All right. He's still on his time, don't worry.
I don't want to vote against this. I support the extension of the bike path, but that's a lot of money, Bill. And
it's a terribly lot of money. There's no question about it. But the question is there coastal money funds in the federal government to complete this bike path or not? We don't know either, but we know this, that if this motion goes in, and it's obviously supported by all the other electeds in the region there that are part of it, then
of course, because they're part of it.
Get it.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Yeah, of course, because they're a part of it.
Well, no, it's because have you ever ridden that bike path? It's the most traversed bike path in the nation, frankly, and it's the only one on a coast. And this makes it safe for the cyclists as they come down the coast not to get on that narrow PCH.
All I'm asking, is there a way to write this so that we can avoid the negative perspective that this is $15 million per mile?
Well, frankly, we're truth and honesty here. It's all transparent. This is what the professionals say it will cost to create that link, that is a safety link. I'm not the professional on this, so, if it could be done for 10 cents, I would definitely do it for that, but this isn't coming from me. All we're asking for, as we continue in Washington to look for funds, there's special funds that could be used. I know the congressional delegation is aware of this as well.
Can we get Gladstones to pitch in some money, since it's going to be riding?
Reardon. I mean, I'm not going to make that a discussion point here. This is an opportunity, if it exists, to get the money. But we're fighting over nothing. We don't have any money yet from them, and nor do I know they'd be willing to consider it. But the legislative arms of all of the offices involved feel the resolution from this city will just add another support system. Others have put it out there already. It isn't like we're reinventing the notion. All we're doing here is giving our support to an already agreed-upon notion to finish the bike path. That's all.
Okay. I wish we could improve the language and even target the cost to see if we can do something to reduce the cost. But I'm going to give you a vote as a council member at the council member's request. I can't tell you my heart is in the vote for the amount of money and asking our lobbyists to lobby on behalf of the city when we have so many other needs that are pressing. I just think sometimes we have to be careful what messages we're sending, but I'll give you the vote just because it's a council member request.
Mr. Zine?
Well, I support bicycle riding, whether you're on a bicycle or a Harley Davidson. I do support that. The concern I have is the mixed message that we send. We're sitting here talking about no revenue. Bill Rosendahl, my distinguished colleague, says it's really not going to happen because there's no money. And I think what we send is a very sad message that we don't have any money. We're $185 million the wrong direction. This is obviously very expensive. I'm not saying it wouldn't be nice if we had the opportunity and we had the funds, but we don't have the funds. It's been dragging for a long time. I did serve on the Bicycle Advisory Committee appointed by Tom Bradley many, many years ago. And I just think it sends a message, a mixed message, where we don't have funds. We know we're not going to get funds. We know the federal government doesn't have funds, and we want to approve something. And I don't want to be against the bicycle riding or people who want to enjoy the coastal route, but I think the message we send is counterproductive to what our goal is, trying to resolve the problems we have here in the city financially. So while we're talking one issue, on the other side we're talking about this extraordinary amount of money for this short area for bicycle. I'm going to vote against it because philosophically I think it's the wrong message that we're going to send. I support the concept, but since the money isn't there, I think it really sends a mixed message to the people. Some of those people who were talking about losing their jobs, they talk about the council supporting something like this. They say, where are we coming from? So because of those reasons, I'm going to vote against the bill, but I do know what you're trying to accomplish. But I think at this particular time in our economic situation, it's the wrong message to send out if we would support this financially. I'd like to send it to committee or send it someplace, not kill it, but I can't support it in good conscience just because of those issues.
Mr. Rezar.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, Mr. Rosendahl, do we, with this, we're currently undergoing the citywide bike plan, draft plan. Would this supersede any of that or conflict with that or put this in priority to any of the plans that we have in there? It will not? Okay. This is separate. So we're applying for the possibility if we could get new funds to the city of Los Angeles for the extension of this bike plan. It does seem expensive, but if it's not supplanting any of the plans that we have here, we're bringing new money to the city, correct? It is, I mean, it sounds expensive, but that's what they're telling us it costs. And if it gets here, is there going to be another opportunity for us to review that? And it's going to go through council one more time, correct?
More of a wish by the folks historically in the congressional offices and the state assembly, state senate office. It is part of also the reality of the danger of right now getting on the bike path. It doesn't take any other positioning than that. And I understand Mr. Zine's point. I agree with Mr. Zine on the perception. But if we deal with this as a separate issue, not related to anything else, it's monies that the federal government over the years has used for various bike paths. We've been asked to do this. This did not come from me. This came from the coalition of folks involved with this issue for many years. They asked us to put it in our legislative package, not as our priority for everything else, but in this context that this is something that would be good to be done. I don't know what the chances are of the federal government supporting it or not, but if we don't put it in our legislative package, then we don't put it in the legislative package, and it will never, ever have an opportunity to go forward until we as the city get into that with the Assembly and the State Senate and the House of Representatives people. It's not the end of the world, one way or the other.
And from my point of view, as long as it doesn't conflict with our draft plan, it doesn't put this as a priority for any of the other projects in that plan, it doesn't prioritize it for financial money from the city, but we do have to, if we are successful in getting this additional money from the federal government, really examine why this is so expensive. It does seem to be a little expensive, and I think we would have another opportunity to look at that in more depth and say, hey, why is this so expensive? But if this money, like any other money that we compete for with the federal government, or any other city, any other location, we just want to go in there and compete. That's what you're telling us, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Reyes and then Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Council President. There's so many different issues and philosophies and principles that are being balanced here. But some of I believe the harshness of the political reality is you have a congressional representatives representing the Southern California area, Los Angeles. And we're competing with other regions for funds. And the funds are there. The issue here is how do we work together so we can get our fair share? We're hearing from Councilman Rosendahl that it's not going to displace any other projects at this point. We don't see any other projects paying an opportunity cost because of this action. But we could be saying, though, if we support it, is to say to our congressional representatives that we support their effort. And when the congressional representatives from the Valley, from the East Side, from South LA need support, they're going to have colleagues who they can point to and say, well, you supported me in my congressional district, I want to support you. I mean, that's how the politics works in Washington, D.C. So our biggest weakness as a region is that we don't have that collective voice. Northeast area of this country, they move with a collective voice and they get a big chunk of the federal dollars. The southeast area of this country, they work as one voice and they get millions, billions of dollars for the water issues, for example. Here we have a bike path. And it's going to sound ludicrous, but 30 million compared to the billions being allotted is not really that much in that context. But we know how severe the need is here for the transit-dependent. We know how dangerous it is for our bicyclists in the streets now because of lack of control and funds. But this section, this part of Los Angeles, what the congressional leaders have been fighting for this link that is so expensive, but it would be a great way to demonstrate support to congressional delegates, and hopefully when each one of us has those projects, we'll get their support when it's our turn. So again, I think a regional perspective is important. A national posture of how we move funds is very real, and this is one opportunity we have given everything that's already been said. So I would support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krikoyan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, like many of us, I have somewhat mixed feelings about this because I'm very strongly supportive of the idea of enhancing our bike infrastructure in this city and growing it. But I'm struck by Mr. Rosenthal's comments that it's very unlikely in this environment, really, that we would be able to advance with this project. And I would just add to that that as far as I've seen, in the record at least, there hasn't been state parks approval yet, there hasn't been coastal commission approval yet, pending getting the money together. So that makes it even a little bit more distant from the reality of achieving the end that we would like to see happen. And I guess I would just say that I think what we need to strive for right now at this moment is a greater degree of focus with our federal and state legislative efforts on issues that will create jobs and help us get through this fiscal crisis right now. And this was a project that the MTA determined was recreational rather than transportation-oriented and wasn't eligible for federal transportation funds. So I think at a time when we're all saying in our internal discussions that we need to focus on the core mission of the city, likewise, I would think that our legislative programs should be focusing on the core needs of the city. And as important as recreational bike paths are, I think that if we're going to focus any legislative effort on them, it should be according to our priorities, what our bicycle priorities are. And I haven't seen on this record an indication that other than readiness, which seems to be the case, it's been pending for 25 years or so, but other than the fact that it's ready to go, that this is the top bicycle priority for Los Angeles. So with respect, Mr. Rosendahl, I'm not going to be able to support this today.
Mr. Labange?
Thank you. This is an application, correct? This is an application, correct? An application. And also to the application, they may drill it down where the cost is less. This particular part of the Coast Highway, if it was as wide as this room, had a slide in the 60s that maybe came as far as which has a narrow passage. If we don't connect it, people will still ride on the Coast Highway, but our intent is to improve the safety of people. I'm sure there's other issues that have affected outcomes that we've had to pay millions of dollars from Chautauqua all the way down in the city limits on slides and other issues. So this is a good application, and maybe they could figure something a little better. And the same is needed in other parts of the Los Angeles River. From where your district is, Mr. Zine, we're going to spend millions at the Calabasas and Bell Creek. So if you go to Canoga Park High, whatever we fix the river there, it's going to be millions. I'm going to vote yes when that application comes in at Bell and Calabasas Creek, because it needs to be done at that part of the river where it's engineered. And I'm going to vote yes today because this is an application. Have some vision for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Garcetti?
I know I'm the last speaker. I'll just say something very brief because I think a lot of this rides on what people's knowledge or perception is of the process in Washington. And I don't disagree with almost everything that's been said here. I agree with you, Mr. Krikorian. It's very important to have priority. When we pass this, we will communicate through the mayor's office what our priority work of a lobbyist that we have, our city staff in Washington, D.C. is. Oftentimes, you just need a resolution so that somebody who's pushing this forward in appropriations for an earmark, which is my understanding here, can have that. There is nobody at the federal government who says, okay, LA, you get $100 million bucks. You're sending us all these mixed signals. I guess we'll give 30 to this, and it suddenly gets taken away from something else. There's nobody that even cares enough about LA or any city out there in America, unfortunately, in Congress, where they come coherently and look at us as a single entity. That is up to us to organize. And I think it's important for us to be able to always keep new levers open to be able to get earmarks. For instance, when I worked very closely with Javier Becerra's office to get streetlights in Elysian Valley for the first time in the history of that community, it didn't line up against or in unison with any of our other federal legislative program that year. But it was necessary to have LA on record as having been for that. I would say, why don't you amend to say, at the most reasonable price, including up to that amount, so that we can have that in there. So we obviously want to put value for money, but all the above is right. Will this create jobs? Yes. Does this come at the expense of other bicycle projects? No. Do we have an obligation to be pushing forward other bicycle projects and working with each of our members of Congress? Yes. There's nobody who's a member in Missouri who's going to look and say, well, I can't vote for both this one here and this one inland in Los Angeles. It's going to be the strength of the member of Congress who represents some inland district and the strength of the members of Congress and the delegation that are on the coastal district to put this through. But I only stand up to say this because after 8.5 years of traveling back and forth to Washington, there's no way in my mind that passing this today would in any way endanger any other funds that we have. It's not coming from some zero-sum game source. Other places are always better at hustling, and what we should be doing is chasing with more things like this, and the great projects that were suggested by folks who testified, the other things that people have on their program, the LA River stuff that Mr. Reyes is leading the way at, those, you have to find somebody who supports them in Congress. They have to push it forward, and it's rare that they fit into an overall pool. This isn't coming out of a specific stimulus fund, so there is nothing negative with pushing this forward. It is easy to say, all of a sudden, what are the costs? And I want to know that as a taxpayer, why does it cost that much? But there's no doubt that this will result in jobs. There's no doubt that there is a positive, and it doesn't take away from anything else moving forward. Our obligation is to move those other things forward, too, to let our lobbyists know where there are those few funds that are competitive and those few areas where we do have to prioritize to make sure we do speak with one voice, and I think we can do that. But this one doesn't fit into that kind of category of things, so I would urge you to move it forward, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. No further speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll on this item? Close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 2 noes.
Thank you very much. What's our next item?
Item 34, called special by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Yes, we're going to take two items, 34 and 48 together. One is the report and the other is the ordinance. And just to inform everyone, this is regarding a military salary for city employees who are activated by the armed forces to serve response to Operation Enduring Freedom. There's a difference between the salary they receive from the military and their city council salary, and what this ordinance permits is them to maintain the balance. So if they're making whatever amount, since they go to the military, the difference will be made up by the city salary, so their family can still live in comfort while the loved one is on military active duty. So we've done this before for other deployments of our military personnel who are members of the city family, and we're just going to continue that with this particular Operation Enduring Freedom, and there may be additional requests in the future. We've always supported this. It shows the support we have for our city employees of all departments working for the city of Los Angeles that are activated for military duty, so we request an aye vote to show our support for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. No speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
and that order will go over for 1 week. Next is item 42, called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
This one you might laugh at and smile and enjoy it as much as I am on this. I'd like city staff to come up and let me just give you a quick background on what this is. Councilman Garcetti introduced this initial motion for a pilot car sharing program in Hollywood. The program was developed in a citywide on-street pilot program, which we moved through the process. This pilot program is intended as a first step toward a potentially larger LA expansion of this. This approach builds on the strength of the core demand and use of the universities. Similar partnerships in other cities have helped drive demand and use strong demand and benefits everyone, residents, taxpayers, and environmentalists. All parties are committed to making this program succeed. The Zipcar benefit. Each Zipcar, and you've seen some of them on the streets lately with the Zipcar right there on the side of it, and I actually have a water jug here with the Zipcar thing on it. Zipcars remove between 15 and 20 personally owned vehicles, reducing demand for parking. In addition, members report increasing public transit usage by nearly 20%, helping to reduce the congestion related to the people using a car for commuting. The CO2 emissions reduction. Zipcars members drive an average of 40% fewer miles per year after joining, reducing both congestion as well as carbon emissions. Vehicles in the Zipcar fleet are among the most fuel efficient and low carbon available, further reducing the carbon footprint associated with use. The environment and the economic impact. Zipcar members report an average saving of $500 a month or $6,000 per year compared to owning a car. At a time when consumers are looking to save money, this represents significant economic advantage. We started the pilot, with USC and UCLA, and they have jumped on it. In fact, it's increased 36% over what even the projections were in the first year. We're going to continue this as a pilot and then come back with a final, better appreciation later. Amar, introduce yourself and give us a quick DOT perspective.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager, LA Department of Transportation. I also want to acknowledge Senior Engineer Yadi Hashemi and Tamara Martin, who's not here, but they've also put a lot of work in it, and I want to acknowledge their work. So just a quick, you mentioned, I think, a lot of the overall program, but just a little bit of background. This became law as the section in vehicle code was amended to allow cities and counties by ordinance to be able to designate portions of streets to be used exclusively by car share programs. And back in October of 31 of 2007, City Council was able to start off a pilot program here in the city of Los Angeles to examine the on-street portion of a car-sharing program. And for the past couple of years, we've been working on it, and finally we were able to get the city ordinance to become effective in April of 2009, and shortly in September of 2009, we began a 12-month pilot program with a company called Zipcar Inc. out of Boston, Massachusetts, to do 2 areas in the city of Los Angeles, one near the USC campus and one near UCLA campus. As Councilmember Rosendahl mentioned, it has been a good success. Mainly, one of the reasons I think is as this market already had an off-street component. So, working with Zipcar, they wanted to stretch out the existing customer base and see how that would work within the surrounding on-streets. So we've done that, and it has been real successful as far as the program, and we're happy to continue. I just think it's important to understand some of the challenges that currently we're facing, and I guess obviously the most important thing is the staffing challenges, as this parking permits group does all of the preferential parking permits, and that section is almost at 50% strength. So I think it's important for staffing, resources, and funding be very carefully considered for future expansions of the program. Some of the other challenges with the program has been the lack of the local presence by the vendor, especially when it comes to moving vehicles. So parking citations issued to cars that are parking in those reserved areas, as well as zip car parking in outside of those areas, has been a challenge that we're working through with the company. Just a few future policy considerations. Again, as Councilmember Rosendahl mentioned, we're coming back in about 120 days with better recommendations as we really absorb more experience. But, there's always this demand for parking, and there's a delicate balance of providing the necessary parking and turnover and having enough of these vehicles for people to change behavior and not bring their own cars. So that continues to be a challenge as we look ahead in other areas of the city where we might be able to use this type of a program. Another policy would be a more goal-oriented use of car shares in and around transit stations as we work with our partners, Metro and the Expo lines coming aboard. And in these financial crises, some cities, agencies are using car share as their fleet program. So the next steps for us is to do a better survey, get some more information, and come back to the Transportation Committee and Council with some final recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, we'll open the roll on this. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Councilmember Parks wishes to take up item 17. I believe the Controller's Office is here now.
All right, item 17 is back on the deck.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a representative from the Controller's Office. And colleagues, the reason that, again, this is so important, and it goes hand in hand with 16 on the analysis of revenues that we had earlier, and I think it's important that probably mandatory reading for each council member the January 26, 2010 budgetary cash flow report that was produced by the Controller. And so if we can give us an analysis and some of the issues that the council should be most sensitive to as it relates to the next several months in this fiscal year.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Claire Bartels, Chief Deputy Controller. I have here with me today a recognized face, Bill Lamb, Director of Financial Reporting. I wanted to begin with a description of what you do have before you, the Controller's independent review of all cities' general fund cash flow. This is important to note. Generally, we issue this similar report in March of each fiscal year, but the Controller determined that the circumstances were sufficiently dire to warrant an early release of such a letter. Based upon the expenditures through the first 14 pay periods, which was, I believe, mid-January of this year, and the actual and projected revenues taking us through year end, the Controller's report says we have a $199 million deficit in our cash flow. The deficit's based on two factors. Essentially, we're spending more than we have appropriated, and we're spending more than the actual revenues received. Despite the progress we've made with recent salary reductions in terms of the early retirement program, work reductions, furloughs and work hour reductions, even transfers to special funded positions, we're still spending more than we're authorized in our salary account. As our revenue has declined, the deficit has grown even larger. With exactly 130 calendar days left in the fiscal year, our per-day spending is exceeding our per-day spending over our projected revenue has grown to approximately $1.5 million a day. With that sombering,
that number?
That number, I believe back in November, the Controller's report on cash flow projected that we were overspending by about $1 million a day. With 130 calendar days left, we believe we are overspending by $1.5 million a day.
And also, could you give us a figure about how much we've spent over our allotted revenue for personnel costs since July 1st?
Right now, it is approximately...
pull that mic up.
Right now, it is approximately $85 million, just general fund. adding in the special fund effect of the EREP, it's about $92 million. The amount we're spending per pay period over has come down, but we're still, at this point, expecting to be $95 to $100 million over in the salary account.
Okay, thank you. And then also, could you comment on our projection as we've used 5%? Where does, as a goal for reserve fund, where does this 190 place us?
The issue that we have now is that as things stand, we're building up the reserve fund, transferring in special parking revenue fund, and a goal of transferring in fire hydrant money, which will increase the reserve fund to approximately $230. We then, if we balance the budget, taking the reserve fund, it takes us down to about a $30 million reserve fund, which, if any of our assumptions are incorrect, we can eat through the entire reserve fund and end the year without a balanced budget, which would require that we cancel encumbrances at year end. And in fact, we're preparing a separate transmittal to the council to start discussions on, if we get into a situation where we have to cancel encumbrances, what should our priority be? Going into next year...
Could you look at that again, just as clear? You may be asking us to set a priority of what you pay.
Yes, sir. What we keep in encumbrances at year end, in terms of various accounts, payments to vendors, payments by various departments. Which encumbrances at June 30th will we back by cash?
So that's an assumption that there'll be some that will not get paid.
If we get into, yes, some would, either we would cancel the encumbrances, or we would cancel the encumbrances this year and add them back in next year, adding to our next year deficit.
One of the comments you made is that we could, as you're moving money around now, the reserve fund could go up to about $230, but that would be as of June 30th. July 1st, it could be back down to 30, you said under 30 million.
Well, June 30th, if we end the year with a $200 million deficit, the reserve fund would, at June 30th, would be down to 30 million. The concern there is that we're 4.5 months from the end of the fiscal year, and if our assumptions are incorrect, a $30 million projected reserve fund provides no margin of error. And then going into next year, we have a concern about our cash flow, in that traditionally we borrow from the reserve fund sometimes in the first half of the year. If we have no reserve fund, we can't borrow from it. We also borrow from the special parking revenue fund and the fire hydrant fund. If there is no money in those funds, we can't borrow from them, and then the result would be, rather than issuing a $400 million tran for cash flow, we would have to issue 400 or 500 to 550 for cash flow. And if the budget was not balanced this year, and if it was not balanced next year, what would the implication be? Would we still be able to borrow for a tran for cash flow, or would we be in such a situation that it would be prohibitively expensive?
Could you just verbally comment on the worst-case scenario issue that's a part of your report?
And before you on, Mr. Parks, when you're done with this, can you press your button again, and Mr. Smith will speak after you. Thank you.
I think that the worst-case scenario is that we don't have enough money to get through this year, and we cannot issue a tran for next year, and we go into a situation where we don't have sufficient cash to make all of our payments next year until revenues start coming in the second half of the year.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Weezer.
Just one real quick question. We had gone through a period of the last three payroll periods where the payroll was beginning to drop. And now we're beginning to have large numbers of people go off on EREP. Where is the difference then in the cost of, in additional spending going up? What has gone up as the payroll begins to dip down?
It's not going up. It's just not going down at this point to the standard that it's going to be where we need to be based upon the budget. The other issue with EREP is that of the 2,400 people, approximately 600 are from airports, harbor, rec and parks, library, which don't go through, and about another 600 are from special purpose funded positions where there's an expenditure, but there's also a revenue. So if we don't do the expenditures in the general fund, we don't get the revenue. And so that's going to depend upon how aggressive we are in moving people out of the general fund to the special purpose funds. And at this point, we're waiting to see what the impact of that is going to be.
Again, I understand the proprietaries. My question was, you had shown us that payroll was going down.
Correct.
And now you're saying our daily cash burn has gone up. So what is eating up the differential then with our payroll, general fund payroll going down?
Our payroll is still going down. The issue is that it's still going down, but it's still where it needs to be in relationship to the budget. It's not going up.
Okay.
So the cumulative total is going up, but not the individual payroll.
All right, good. Thank you.
Mr. Weezer.
Well, thank you. Thank you and no thank you. It's some very sobering news. And when I was in Budget and Finance last week and I heard this information for the first time, it was quite alarming. It was quite alarming because I've said many times I'm still concerned about our plan to deal with the $200 million deficit that we have. Because if that doesn't happen, as you mentioned, we will have to cancel some encumbrances for next year, and we would need to go through a process to say what are our priorities. Are we going to pay our workers, or are we going to pay these invoices that we're getting on money that is due? And that is certainly a slippery slope that we would not want to be in. Is there some legal process that we have to follow when we start canceling encumbrances, or it's kind of a policy decision as to how we do that, what the process will be, et cetera?
We are meeting with the CAO and with the city attorney to discuss that very issue in terms of what the process is. What the city attorney is indicated is that our desire to send a letter to the council to open negotiations and open discussion on what our priorities to be is the way that we need to go, and to work with the council and with the mayor's office to determine what our priorities should be.
And you are under discussion right now with the mayor's office and with the city attorney's office as to what that process would be if we get there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And as Mr. Parks said, council members, the urgency that we're all talking about and the situation that we find ourselves in, if this is the real crux of the matter, this report here, I know there are other plans on the table that deal with next year's budget when we're going to start dealing with our spending more than we take in, but the real matter is getting through this year, and that's been my take on this all along, and we got to do more to identify some real cash to preserve the reserve fund, because I do not want to be in a position where we are deciding which of these encumbrances do we have to pay first, and we could avoid that if we make those tough decisions for the $200 million this year. And all we have on the table right now is the leasing of the parking structures, which is a risky proposition. Thank you.
Natalie Brill from the CAO's office. I want to make a correction to something that I was listening to. The CAO has been talking extensively to underwriters and to the financial market about next year's TRAN and whether or not we can issue or not. It's not a matter of not being able to issue TRAN. We all believe that at some point in time we'll be able to issue when the budget is adopted. The question will be at what rate we'll be able to issue. I think one of the things you have to look at, for example, is the state of California. When the state of California, with their billions of dollars of deficits and with all the issues that they were having with no budget, they were able to issue. Now, granted, they didn't issue at the half percentage point that we issued at. They issued at 3 to 4%. And that's the situation that you would find yourself. You would find yourself in a situation where it would be extremely expensive to hit the market. But if you really needed the cash to get you through the first 6 months of the fiscal year, which is what the TRAN does, you would be able to issue. It would just be extremely expensive.
I wish to just comment on that the state issued IOUs last year for a period of time.
Mr. Did you want to say something?
I only wish to clarify that the Comptroller's Office was not suggesting or opining on whether we could or couldn't issue a TRAN. To be clear, we answered the question of what we imagine the very worst-case scenario to be. So, thank you, Natalie.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. As we look at this cash flow, do we have the mechanism in place to determine which positions in the different departments actually generates cash? Do we have the ability to look at what roles or what titles or functions? I'm not sure how you would describe that, but it has to begin somewhere. The money's coming from a department. So you have I'm assuming you have a department label, money coming from it, but do you have the analytical capacity to break it down to positions and where the funds are actually coming?
As part of our March 1 report, we look at the revenue from the individual departments to build up our revenue estimate. During the course of the year, we look at total receipts and total expenditures. And that includes the information that we get from the departments. So, for example, we will get property taxes from the county through the Department of Finance. We will get building fees from building safety, planning from planning. So what we get through the city's financial system is what is our total receipts. Then, based upon what our past history is, we project through the remainder of the year. The CAO takes a slightly different approach, which is they build their revenue estimates up from the bottom up. So we discuss our estimates with the CAO, they discuss their estimates with us. So we try to look and see if there's anything out there that either of us are missing in the process during the course of the year.
And the basis for my question is, we are seeing a significant change in the department's abilities to conduct their business because of ERIP. Now we have furloughs. But do we have the ability to say X, Y position should be treated a certain way because it is a revenue-generating position and has a role in creating revenue for the city? And that's why I was asking that question. Do you have that ability to analyze it from that point of view?
The controller does not.
The controller does not?
Correct.
Because of the general way in which it's labeled?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Parks, you're our final speaker in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one thing I think, colleagues, is just as we talked about this, is certainly is an urgency. But again, I think what's most important that we should take away from this presentation is that the controller thought this was so urgent that they broke their cycle of reporting to come out early to let us know. They gave us a worst-case scenario that says there's a potential that you might not be able to pay the last 4 weeks of basically salary. They're asking us at some point that we may have to set a priority of what gets paid and not. And the most important issue, and it has so many ramifications, if you exhaust or use most of your reserve fund, it puts you in a very tenuous position for next year. And admittedly, there's at least 30 motions in the council that talks about revenue and where we may find it. That's all good. The problem is we have to cut the budget while we're finding the revenue, not wait for the revenue to determine whether we cut the budget. Because if the comments made by the CAO on the item 16, if we get into March and they tell us that the 185 has dropped for revenue, the ship will be too far out in the ocean to turn it around. And so I think these are the things that we have to start immediately. I think what's also very, very instructive is the CAO has told us that for every day we delay the layoff process, we add 4 to the list. So if we do very well in the next few days to get to the end of this month, and say we do a miraculous job of finding 100 jobs, you've put 120 in the last 30 days on the list. So we have to do them simultaneously because this cash flow issue will not allow us to do things incrementally or one at a time. And so we're going to have to address these numbers. We're going to have hopefully next week, some real discussions on the issues of layoffs. We're going to have to be dealing with all of these things because we cannot afford to get to March and find revenues have dropped and continue the cycle that we're currently in. So I'd hope that everybody takes to heart this number 17, read the Controller's report very thoroughly. It is something that is, if nothing else has alerted you as to the urgency, this is a document that clearly you don't want to read at bedtime. You want to be able to read it at midday to have time to recover. So the issue is that it's that important to look at it for all of the right issues as we go forward. So thank you very much for the presentation. And I ask you to move item 17.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 45, called special for cards.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr. Arnold Sachs. Mr. Arnold Sachs is the only card on item 45. Mr. Sachs does not appear to be in the chamber. Let's open the roll on that item. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
And that order will go over for 1 week. Item 51, called special for Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Oh, thank you. Madam President, just want to make one amendment to that, a verbal amendment, that small business development centers be added to the list. They're an organization that works out of the College of the Canyons. They do provide services to the City of LA, so ask them to be added to this list. With that, ask for approval.
All right. Second from Mr. Alarcon? Accepted, yes. All right, thank you. So that'll be without objection. Would you please open the roll on that item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 57, called special for cards.
All right, Mr. John Walsh.
Is it appropriate if we ask for 1 minute public comment because we may lose a quorum?
The minute I walk up here, you can public comment.
I'm asking if...
The minute I walk up here, I understand. Should I just bend over and let you do it to me right here? Mr. City Attorney!
The administration of the time should be consistent with how it was used earlier in the meeting.
I just want to say that I am not under the influence of alcohol or any drug up here. I wonder how many of you up there can say the same thing. Okay, that's one. Okay, well, we know what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, Hollywood Walk of Fame is a monstrous piece. It's falling apart. You may recall the LA Times had Willard Waterman sign. You remember Willard Waterman? Mr. Labange? I remember when he was in town before he died. The great Gildersleeve. Look at his star. It's torn in half. It's torn in half. It hasn't been fixed. It is in very, very poor shape, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and I live a block from it. I want to tell you right now that the reason everything isn't falling apart is because of the Hollywood Historic Trust. I was at the opening of the star for Ringo Star, and I want you to know Mr. Labange was allowed to speak, but when Diane Watson, a black congresswoman from the district, was not allowed to speak and was pushed aside at the meeting in front of all the cameras showing the racism of the Hollywood Historic Trust and the racism. And if you don't listen to me, don't believe that, Mr. Labange, go ask her. You ask Congressman Watson if she was treated like a racist. If you're black, you're not allowed to speak in Hollywood. And let's face it, the Beatles stole all their music from black people. And black people, there was not a single black person allowed to speak.
Madam President, he's not talking about this Walk of Fame.
All right, Mr. Walsh, I urge you to go back on topic, please.
HollywoodHighlands.org. HollywoodHighlands.org. And I don't want you. I want to say, Is this out of order? I think we should protect the job of the city attorney because he does a very good job for his masters. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you very much. All right, no speakers in the queue. Open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 58, called special for cards.
All right, let's see. Mr. Walsh, this is your last minute. Come on up.
I'll do it fast for Mr. Labange. He likes slam bam, thank you, ma'am. Number 58, Doug Morris. Maybe we should talk about Doug Morris. Maybe you should tell us more about Doug Morris and how much money he put in to get his star. HollywoodHighlands.org. See the snuff film. People have been calling me. See the snuff film on our website. 250,000 hits.
Stop your clock for a minute. Stop your clock. All right, Mr. Walsh, this is going to be the last time I admonish you today for using abusive and slanderous language. And if you do it again, I'll have to invite you to leave the chamber for a period of time. And that'll be 30 days. So think about what you say before you get up again. Thank you. Okay, open the roll. Close the roll.
And I have a wife and I have children.
Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Item 61, called special for Councilmember Smith, and there are cards on that, and a substitute motion has been submitted and distributed.
All right, Mr. Sachs made a card. He's gone. Mr. Smith?
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a movement of funds from the Sunshine Canyon Amenities Fund. That fund was created by a land use and a lawsuit settlement years ago when Sunshine Canyon was permitted in the city of L.A. It is restricted funds. It can only be used within 5 miles of the Sunshine Canyon landfill per the land use agreement with the city of L.A. and Brown & Ferris Industries. This money is being used to put in 2 stoplights on Balboa Boulevard in a heavily trafficked area by a shopping center where we've had numerous accidents. This relieves the general fund from any responsibility of having to put those lights in, and it is a fund that must be spent within that area. So I think there's an appropriate use of that money and request the council's authority to approve that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, the funds that I have identified comes from the Street Furniture Revenue Fund. It provides funds for transit-related projects, sidewalk projects, curbs, sidewalk improvements, beautification projects needed to improve conditions for public transit patrons, and all expenses relating...
Mr. Reyes, which item are you speaking on? This is for District 12.
Okay.
Let's vote on that one. Let's vote on that one first, then we'll come.
Yeah, we'll vote on that one first, and then we'll get to you.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Let me open the roll on this one, and then I'll put you back up on the board. All right, open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right, next item.
Item 62, called special for cards.
All right. Dr. Williams.
Well, Eric gave me the nod to go.
Mr. Walsh, you're done for the day.
1 minute. This kind of applies to 62 through 66. It appears that everybody is scuttling their reserve funds so that we can get things done this year before the reserve fund for the city runs out. The neighborhood councils are doing the same thing. We're sandbagging every dollar we can find that we can get it allocated to something so that we can survive till July. So one of the educational values of my attendance has been we're in deep trouble. So it appears that a lot of the street furniture revenue funds are going to be exhausted by July 1, given all of the other ones. And so I hope there's something for next year because it's going to get worse before it gets better. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Continuation.
I can't talk.
bottom line is, the funds we're using will benefit the Los Angeles Conservation Corps. They've been conducting various sidewalk cleanup and beautification services in the Lincoln Heights community. It's a transit-dependent community, and the Street Furniture Fund Revenue Fund provides funds for these related projects. So the $14,000 that we are moving is going to address a great need in my district. These are bus stops that essentially are used almost 24 hours. We have a huge level of maintenance to make it even tolerable to stand at these bus stops requires this added work. The work is done by our youth. Our youth are benefiting from this program, but the transit-related function is the basis for the use of those funds. So again, the $14,000 is used for what it was specified, given the purpose of the Street Furniture Revenue Fund, and I would ask that we can move forward on this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reyes. Would you please open the roll on this item? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 63, called special for an amending motion, and that has been circulated.
All right, item 63 as amended. No speakers in the queue. Would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 64, called special for cards, and there is a substitute motion that has been submitted and distributed.
For the record, the card submitted by John Walsh. No speakers in the queue. Open the roll on that item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Oh, Mr. Parks. Sorry.
Thank you. Before we vote on this, I just want to reflect on the fact that we did a substitute motion to be more specific. My office has been working for 5 months looking for how to use these funds to help our community as it relates to issues of dirt alleys, which we have over 40 dirt alleys that have never been paved, over 100 alleys that have been paved and not maintained, and we have at least 7 miles of sidewalk that's in disrepair. The city's budget only gave us a half mile this year. And so we gave a substitute motion to be very specific to what project this is going to go into, and our intent as we move forward is to use funds from those various accounts, whether it's 1290 or whether it is dealing with street furniture or franchise fees, to fix these types of activities in the community that the budget does not allow. And again, we're going to be very pleased very shortly. DOT has used some of these funds to put mitigation devices on La Brea, because we, in the recent past, have had at least 2 cars drive through Jim Gilliam Park through the barriers, and now there's going to be 3 calming devices to slow the traffic northbound on La Brea. So I think it's important that people understand that it's a misrepresentation of any of these funds as relates to talking about them in the same vernacular as slush funds. These are funds that 100% of the dollars go into the community. They're a significant community benefit, and the budget in no way could address these issues. The one thing I'd ask the clerk's office on many, let me ask the clerk's office one favor. On many of these issues, there's a standard statement that's made that says that this is approved by the mayor. These funds are not required to be approved by the mayor on discretionary funds. And so in order to ensure that we do not continue the confusion, I think it's important that we be very specific as to what requires the mayor's approval and what does not. So I'm moving substitute 64, and as we move forward through the rest of this fiscal year, it's our intent to fix several other locations that go wanting as it relates to waiting for the budget.
Okay, I need a motion to reconsider on that. Can I get a motion to reconsider? Because we have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Alarcon, seconded by Mr. Garcetti. So the motion is now before us as amended.
And all the things I said, I'll let the record reflect.
Okay. All right, so let's vote on that item now. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Now you need to take the vote on the item that was on the reconsideration.
All right, okay. Now open the roll on the item itself as amended. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 65, called special for Councilmember Alarcon, and there has been a substitute motion that's been submitted and distributed.
All right,
Members,
Mr. Alarcon.
Members, this is a an effort to finalize the building of a park, a very decrepit, vacant lot, kitty corner from San Fernando High School. We have been working for several years to develop this into a park. We are in partnership with the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. They have purchased the site. We have dedicated $485,000 in Prop K funding to this site. However, we are short to finish the project, and we had always intended to use the street furniture revenue fund to ensure the project would be completed. And so this is a transfer of $389,000 so that we can finish the project, eliminate a decrepit graffiti-riddled site right across from the high school in cooperation with the San Fernando High School Tigers, the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust, and numerous organizations, including Pacoima Beautiful, You Speak Collective, and many, many other community organizations that are working on this project. I ask for your aye vote.
All right, open the roll on that, please. Close the roll, and then tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Before we go to the next item, Mr. LeBon, did you want to say anything on the record?
Say to the city attorney, I appreciate your response, but I think when people use terms that may be heard and may be offensive, I would hope you could speak up. I believe in free speech, but when someone articulates from the public counter of a term that may be seen on an R-rated film or an NC-17, I think you should correct them if you could consider that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcetti.
A couple items, and I wanted to speak on 66, which Ms. Hahn asked for us to continue today. I'd ask that we reconsider number 63, and we're going to work with Mr. Cardenas' staff to take that up next Tuesday as well, just to, again, have the specifics, just as the other members, since the two of them are not here on those. A couple things on the ones that just went by. There was a letter that I received, colleagues, this morning from the mayor saying that he would veto transfers from special funds to be used for our salary accounts. I appreciate very much that each council member stood up and showed very clearly that these are not being used for staff salary in our own offices, but instead, just to specify again what we heard, traffic lights in Northwest San Fernando Valley that is leveraged with federal funds and CD12.
Mr. Garcetti, excuse me for just a minute. We need to get on an item.
Okay, on 66, I believe that was on 66.
Yeah, okay. We're now
so
on
the second one was the LA Conservation Corps, LA River, work that has already been done by that wonderful nonprofit, creating jobs and revitalizing the LA River. The third one was work that's happening in South Los Angeles at 3753 Ruthven Street to improve the sidewalks and to do road work there. And in Northeast San Fernando Valley, the Fox and Laurel Canyon Park. That's what these funds had always been predicated towards, moving towards not for staff salaries. They go through what's called a salary account. One thing I'd like to ask the city attorney, though, just because that letter came from the mayor saying that he would veto, funds that come through the street furniture funds, under the ordinance that is a part of this, does the mayor have the power to veto them?
Ted Jordan, Assistant City Attorney. The ordinance that creates this fund is Admin Code Section 5.121.7. In subsection 3, or subsection C of that, it indicates that expenditures in the fund shall be made from each city council district account as authorized by the council member representing that council district and by the city council, period. So it does not
the public
indicate
check is here that we vote on that. It's not something that's done in a dark alleyway or in back doors. It's done openly with public testimony by the entire city council. Not one council member can do that by him or herself. And these are going towards the community projects that right now in bad budget times precisely need this money that we generate from what's called street furniture. These are the small ads that are next to park benches and other things throughout the city. That revenue comes back to the city in order to be spent in a very specific manner on these sort of capital projects that impact the quality of people's lives. So I would hope that, Mayor, nobody else would be against what's happening in Northeast Los Angeles, Northeast San Fernando Valley, the Northwest San Fernando Valley, and South LA, because those residents have waited a long time, I know, for those projects, and it shows real leadership here to be able to leverage those funds here many times with federal funds and others to move that forward. So I would ask that we continue 66, just Ms. Hahn has asked us to do that since she's not here, that we reconsider 63 to do the same thing for Mr. Cardenas, and in the meantime, in this vein from quote-unquote special accounts, Ms.
Perry and I announced that $12 million will be transferred 2 weeks from now. We initiated this process before we were called on to do it. Remember, in here we asked that the CLA look at all these funds. The CLA has been doing the very difficult work of looking through about 50 different ordinances that are connected to these funds, and we announced that $12 million will move to buttress our reserve fund and to boost that. A huge move by this council, taking the initiative and doing the hard work, not the rhetoric but the results, not the symbols but the savings, to make sure that we have a balanced budget. So I would ask that we continue this item till Tuesday, and that we then after that reconsider 63 and do the same thing for Ms. Hahn. Thank you.
All right, that'll be without objection. Those items will be continued.
Just 66, or do you want to reconsider item 63?
Mr. Garcetti, did you want to continue just 66 or reconsider item 63?
I'd like to reconsider 63 as well to continue that similar.
All right, so both
I
items
went
are
through a little
requested.
quick, sorry.
Okay.
Didn't catch
You-
it.
all right. Both items are requested to be continued.
Only because we were on the phone together
Okay.
with the...
Next item.
Item 71, called special for cards.
One card, Mr. John Walsh, and he has used his time for today. No speakers in the queue. Please open the roll on this item.
Excuse me, Madam President, that is a closed session item.
All right, so if I could ask our officer... Mr. Parks had a request. Go ahead.
Maybe Mr. Parks can be asked if he wants to renew his request to have this matter taken up in open session.
Is this one of the closed session items?
Yes, this is the one where someone submitted a card that you...
Earlier asked that all closed session items could be dealt with in the open session. I think 72, I believe, was basically received and filed. So 71 and 73 are workers' comp issues, and 74 are workers' comp. All of those can be done, because they're routine, could be done in open session.
And for the record, on item 71, there is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $125,617.50, plus a life pension weekly sum of $92.77 in the case of Michael Henderson versus City.
All right, no speakers in the queue on this item. Would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Madam President, there is an excuse on the desk. Councilmember LeBonge requests to be excused on Tuesday, February 16th, to leave at 11:30, and that meets council policy.
That is without objection.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
And the desk is clear.
All right, members, are there any announcements?
Los Angeles Times Travel Show at the Convention Center, and Jan Perry, thank you very much, because together we got that show back from Long Beach. Come to the travel show.
Thank you, Mr. LeBonge. Mr. Garcetti. Any more announcements, Mr. Rosendahl?
I'm playing Mr. Koretz again about cats. If you're looking for a warm, furry, and fun present the whole family will love for Valentine's Day, folks, well, go to the local shelter in your neighborhood. The one in West L.A. is on 2655 Plummer Street, and also in West L.A. at 1136 1 Pico Boulevard, but there's also one in the East Valley, as you know, in South Los Angeles Harbor and North Central. You want to do something cool for Valentine's Day, go get yourself a little dog or a cat, give it to your loved ones, and you'll certainly enhance their quality of life, as Mr. Koretz would say. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, you had a question.
Madam President, we do still need to take a vote on reconsidering item 63, so if we can just take the vote.
All right, do we need a motion to reconsider, or is it before us now? Okay, all right, open the roll on that, I'm sorry. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right, next announcement from...
And that'll be continued till Tuesday, February 16th.
Great. Mr. Parks?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I have a couple of announcements. One for the public and anyone that's been following the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Today is the last day to apply to be a commissioner, and you can go on the website www.wedrawthelines.california.ca.gov. And so this is a very important process that's getting underway. just a couple of local issues within the 8th District. On February 17th, 7 to 8 o'clock in Lamert Park, we're going to have a book signing with Donald B. Welsh, new book. And then the final issue is this week, going all the way to February 21st, we'll have the Pan-African Film Festival is going forward in the city of Culver City. A significant number of black films that will be shown over the next week.
Any other announcements? All right, would you all please rise for adjourning motions? Why don't I start with Mr. Garcetti?
Madam President, colleagues, I ask we adjourn today in memory of Susan Newman, the mother of Jerry Newman, who folks I know around here from the work that he does here in City Hall. Susan Newman passed away earlier this week. She was born June 16th in 1922 in Czechoslovakia to her beloved parents Moshe and Fegilia Laux. As a child, she loved school and was an excellent student, her favorite subject being geography, but unfortunately her studies were halted by the Holocaust, to which the lives of her mother and 7 brothers and sisters were tragically taken. She survived the concentration camps, as did her father and sister Chaya, and was rescued by the Swedish Red Cross. In Sweden, it's where she met her one and only true love, Meyer. Susie came to the United States in 1948. She went to work as a seamstress for Bobby Brooks in Cleveland, Ohio, and 2 years later, Meyer joined her in Cleveland, and they married in 1950. 1956, they moved to Tucson, where Susie raised her family. She was a homemaker extraordinaire and a caregiver to all in need. Her family was her one true pride and joy. But she also enjoyed tutoring students at Tucson Hebrew Academy, speaking to schools about the Holocaust as part of the Jewish Federation Holocaust Education Program, and teaching others how to bake challah and to keep a kosher home. Susie is preceded in death by her parents and 8 brothers and sisters. She's survived by her beloved husband of 59 years, Meyer, her daughter Rosie, her sons Phil, Murray, and Gerald, son-in-law Paul Kahn, daughters-in-law Barb and Vicky, as well as her adopted daughter Linda Roy. Her 7 grandchildren, Yanit, Cherie, Michael, Gilon, Danielle, Jake, and Jade, and her stepson, Michael, and adopted granddaughter, Sari, will miss their bubby deeply. She had the spirit of a lion, but the soul of a lamb. Susan greatly appreciated the love and care given to her and Meyer by their devoted caregivers, Eileen, Pat, and Julie. And in lieu of flowers, donations can be made in Susie's honor to Congregation Anshe Israel or the Jewish Federation Holocaust Education Program. May Susan Newman rest in peace, and our thoughts with the family.
Would you like to add others?
All members? Sure.
All members?
Or whoever else wants to.
All right.
All members.
Yes. Okay, we'll add all members. Any other adjourning motions on this side? Let's go to... who has an adjourning motion over here? All right. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. This is for a personal friend that passed away on Sunday. And Mr. Smith will probably be completing this tribute to Michael Miller. Michael was a personal friend, a legend in the San Fernando Valley. Michael Miller was the honorary mayor of Woodland Hills and owner of State Farm Insurance Agency in Woodland Hills. Michael Miller was renowned for his strength of character, integrity, and for his commanding presence. Michael stood tall in both stature and in the classic values of goodwill and service to others. He had energy in his efforts to improve organizations throughout the San Fernando Valley, which he served and maintained a positive attitude while he worked very hard for the community. He was born and raised in Pennsylvania, obtained his bachelor's degree from the University of New Mexico, and an MBA in accounting from Arizona State University. Michael made the commitment in his life to serve in Vietnam, where he engaged in battle, received both the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart for acts of courage. Earned the Bronze Star when, after his weapon jammed, he engaged with the enemy in hand-to-hand combat, helping to save his company. 3 months later, while walking point ahead of his company, he was shot during a sudden ambush. Although his leg was shattered, he returned to the States, making a full recovery, despite doctors' predictions that he would never walk again. Through 7 operations in the year spent in the Veterans Hospital, Michael learned to face and overcome all odds through a positive can-do attitude, an iron to survive, and an unyielding gratitude for life. Michael served in high-profile leadership roles in the community and his industry for over 3 decades, and since opening the State Farm Agency in Woodland Hills in 1981, became one of the most active members in the business community and throughout the San Fernando Valley. Michael began his career in community service by getting involved with the Red Cross, United Way, the Young Republicans Club, Big Brothers of America, who named him Outstanding Big Brother of the Year. A few years later, while serving as controller for State Farm Insurance Westlake Village office in California, he was elected to the prestigious group Outstanding Young Men of America. Honorary Mayor of Woodland Hills since the early 90s, President of the Fernando Award Foundation, Vice President of Woodland Hills Warner Center Neighborhood Council, Community Advisory Board member of Encino Tarzana Hospital, mentor at the Pacific Lodge Boys Home. Michael used his charisma and influence for good causes, such as raising funds for Valley organizations such as the American Heart Association, American Red Cross, El Camino Real High School, Los Angeles Police Department, Maryville Orphanage, American Diabetes Association, Woodland Hills Elementary School, and St. Bernardine of Siena Catholic Church, where he was also a reader at Mass. Also known to dress up as Santa Claus, visiting retirement homes in the San Fernando Valley for over 22 years. Organizational membership, American Legion Sergeant at Arms, and still holds that position, also a chaplain for the American Legion. Woodland Hills Tarzana Chamber of Commerce, chair of the local legislation, chair of the state legislation, chair of the national legislation, board of directors, chairman of the 4th of July event at Pierce College, President Honorary Mayor Woodland Hills, Valley Interfaith Council Advisory Board, Encino Tarzana Hospital Advisory Board, St. Bernardine's Church Peace and Justice Committee, West Valley Police Boosters Vice President, President Woodland Hills Homeowners Association, San Fernando Valley Bicycle Club, Fernando Award Foundation, delegate to the Fernando Award Foundation, Board of Directors, Event Chair, and Scholarship Co-Chair, Founding Chair of the Woodland Hills Family Festival, Warner Center Park, Diabetes Association Dinner Dance Co-Chair, Woodland Hills Warner Center Council Vice President. Received numerous accolades from both his industry and the community. 2008 Los Angeles Police Department Appreciation Award for his support of the Topanga Area Police Station. 2008 Certificate of Recognition presented by me on behalf of the City of Los Angeles for exceptional support in making the grand opening Fire Station 84 a great success. Recognized by Chief Doug Berry for his generous support of Los Angeles Fire Department. Duty, Honor, Country Award presented by the Americanism Educational League. Circle of Excellence State Farm Public and Community Award. AYSO Region 71 Community Service Award. The Valley Interfaith Council Community Leadership Award. Small Business Person of the Year Award. And the California State Assembly. Sponsored event with the United Chambers of Commerce, San Fernando Valley. State Farm Company's 2002 Circle of Excellence. Selected as one of State Farm's select agents with the Legion of Honor. Joseph Stellar Award for Outstanding Community Service and Dedication. Woodland Hills Chamber of Commerce Small Business Person of the Year. Woodland Hills Chamber of Commerce Small Business Person of the Year in 1992, 93, and 2001. 1991, Woodland Hills Chamber of Commerce Director of the Year. Good Guys Retailer Outstanding Leadership and Community Service Award. Outstanding Young Men in America. I know this is a long tribute. Michael was a true legend and suffered a heart attack on Sunday, and he never recovered. Survived by his lovely wife Jennifer, his daughter Montana, and his son Chandler, both students. The service will be held this coming Monday at 2 p.m. St. Bernardine Siena Catholic Church, 24410 Calvert Street in Woodland Hills. Following the service, celebration of Michael's life will be held at Warner Center Marriott in Woodland Hills.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. First, my commendations to Mr. Zine, because I know that Mike was a very, very close dear friend of his, and to make it through that I know it took a lot of... If anyone ever met Mike and knew Mike, this guy was always the joy of the party. He'd have a big back slap for you, a big hug, and start telling you funny stories and jokes, and he'd have you laughing in no time at all. He was at anything and everything that went on in that community. He was the honorary mayor because he was really the heart and soul of that community and was loved by everybody. I don't know anybody ever said a bad word about Mike because he was just that kind of a guy. A proud American first and always, a highly decorated Vietnam War veteran in the United States Marine Corps. He never lost the values of the Marine Corps. He lived that life that the Marine Corps teaches. And I feel much like Dennis does. But, on behalf of those of us who served in the military, who respect the United States Marine Corps so much, Sergeant Rosendahl, United States Army, Ensign Garcetti, United States Navy, myself, United States Air Force, Airman First Class, we say Semper Fi, Mike.
One more.
Yes, Mr. Zine.
Michael, he would go to every event in the community, and every time they needed funding, he'd be there to fund it. He would fund, you name the event, and Michael would provide funding for it. We were at chamber dinner, sitting next to each other. They had a trip to Hawaii. So I'm bidding, Michael's bidding. I'm bidding, Michael's bidding. So I turned to him and said, no one else is bidding, Michael. We're bidding against each other. Why don't we just stop the bidding and go to Hawaii together and enjoy ourselves? So he turned to his wife, Jennifer, and said, we're going to go to Hawaii with Dennis. We're going to enjoy ourselves. We went to Hawaii for a week, had a great time. And I'll never forget when he would go out swimming in the ocean. And I said, Michael, the sharks are going to get you. And Michael lived life to the fullest. And I was like a little old lady watching him, ready to call the lifeguard. While he's swimming back and forth in the ocean. The man was a man who lived life to the fullest. He rode his motorcycle, his Harley. He rode with us on many rides. He rode a bicycle. He'd go to the gym to work out. He'd tell everybody how to work out. He was just an incredible, incredible human being. And he's going to be sorely missed by his family, his friends, and anyone who ever knew Michael Miller. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Zine and Mr. Smith, and a number of us met Mr. Miller, too, and he was a force of nature, and I think for all that he gave to the city of Los Angeles, we should all sign on to his adjourning tribute as a tribute to him and his contributions, his life, and to his family. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll. Meeting is adjourned.